Good morning, everybody. It is Monday, March 4th, 2024. This is a workshop meeting of the Commissioners of the City of Rehoboth Beach. We are live in the City Hall Commissioners Room, second floor. Thank you for being here. I'd like to call this meeting to order at exactly 9 o'clock a.m. With that, will you please rise and join me in the Pledge of Allegiance? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. We'll start off with roll call. Commissioner Don Preston is absent. Commissioner Tony Sharp.
Here.
Commissioner Ed Chernowski, absent. Commissioner Patrick Gossett.
Here.
Commissioner Tim Bennett.
Here.
Commissioner Bunky Markert.
Here.
Mayor Stan Mills here, and we have a quorum, so we're able to formally conduct business today, even with two absent. With that, I'd also like to recognize our staff, City Secretary Ann Womack, Interim City Manager Evan Miller, forgive me. City Solicitor Alex Burns, Chief Keith Bank, who we're going to introduce some of his folks later. Corey Schenko from Building and Licensing Department. Henry Matlos from new Public Works Director is over here. June Embert from the Parking Department's over here. And I think Lynn Cohen from the Communications Department. And?
Judge Renee Bennett.
Oh, you're hiding behind, Chief. Judge Renee Bennett, thank you. Glad to see you all here. With that, we're going to start off with a note that I want to thank you, everybody, for being in person. As you know, at times during the meeting, I'll be able to call on you and get your input on certain topics. Also want to thank everybody that's watching virtually for tuning in. Reminder that documents that support our agenda individual agenda items, when they're received a sufficient time ahead of the agenda, they are embedded in the agenda. If you go to the city webpage and the city portal, you'll be able to look up the documents that we look up and utilize during our meetings. Also like to indicate that we're going to watch time a little bit today, because we have a second budget meeting after this meeting, beginning at 2 o'clock. And if we were to run late, I may choose to defer on the restaurant substantially modified topic, which is the last item of new business. I'd also like to change the order of one item, and that is for old business, we'll start off with presentation on the Lake Gerar fishing pier, but immediately following that, we'll defer to new business B and discuss the personnel issues so that the attorney for that can leave after that, and then we'll resume our normal agenda sequencing. With that, we're going to start off with the swearing in of Patrolman Timothy Chan and Rocco Esposito. Chief Banks.
Thank you. Good morning, Mr. Mayor, city officials, general public. Well, I'm truly proud to be able to introduce and welcome our two newest police officers, Timothy Chan and Rocco Esposito, the fourth. Both of these young officers just graduated this past Friday night from the Dover Municipal Police Academy. But before being hired full-time, they were both of them seasonal officers with us. So they have a little bit of experience with the department and within our community. So that gives added bonuses to us. The academy class was 21 weeks long, and they will have 8 additional training, FTO, field training weeks to attend. So it's a long process for them before they can actually get out on their own. Through the academy, as well as through graduation, one of the biggest themes they were tasked with was continuing to grow as an individual, be sure to mentor and become leaders, not just within our department, but within their communities that they're going to represent. And we've had discussions about that. They did through an academy, through their leadership team, and we'll continue to do that. That, hey, get out to our community, help serve and continue to grow and mentor others. And also at this time, before they're getting ready to get sworn in by Judge Bennett, I would like to introduce first Timothy Chan. He's 29 years of age. I believe he's was born in Manhattan, New York, and now living in Ocean View. So, Judge, did you want to take one at a time?
Then do you want to turn their microphone around real quick? The one closest to Judge. There you go. That perfect.
If you could raise your right hand, put your hand on the Bible, please, and repeat after me. I, and state your full name,
I, Timothy Chan,
do voluntarily enter
do voluntarily enter
into service with the Rehoboth Beach Police Department
with the Rehoboth Beach Police Department
as a patrolman
as a patrolman
on this, the fourth day
on this, the fourth day
of March in the year 2024.
of March in the year of 2024.
I do solemnly swear
I do solemnly swear,
that as long as I am employed
as long as I am employed
by the Rehoboth Beach Police Department,
by the Rehoboth Beach Police Department,
I will bear true faith
I will bear true faith
and allegiance
and allegiance
to the Constitution of the United States of America,
to the Constitution of the United States of America,
the Constitution of the State of Delaware,
the Constitution of the State of Delaware,
and the Charter of the City of Rehoboth Beach, Delaware.
and the Charter of Rehoboth Beach, Delaware.
I promise to faithfully
I promise to faithfully
and impartially
and impartially
discharge and perform
discharge and perform
all the duties incumbent
all the duties incumbent
on me as a police officer
on me as a police officer
for the City of Rehoboth Beach
for the City of Rehoboth Beach
according to the best of my ability.
according to the best of my ability.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Mayor, I was asked by the family if we could get a picture of you with Mr. Chan with the mayor, and as well as the judge.
Need a mayor hat.
And special request from the family. You can't say no, right?
They do in South America.
Judge, if you can get in, yes.
Congratulations.
Again, congratulations, Timothy. Okay, our second officer to be sworn in this morning is Rocco Esposito, the fourth. With him today is his father, Rocco in the back. Maybe some of you recognize him from the water department, and his stepmother, Michelle. So we're glad to have them here. So, Rocco, if you want to go up to get sworn in, and you said you wanted your father to hold the Bible. Is that my understanding? To swear you in? That's what I asked you earlier. You said yes.
Raise your right hand, put your hand on the Bible, and just repeat after me. I, and state your full name,
I, Rocco Esposito IV,
do voluntarily
do voluntarily
enter into service
enter into service
with the Rehoboth Beach Police Department
with the Rehoboth Beach Police Department
as a patrolman
as a patrolman
on this, the fourth day
on this, the fourth day
of March
of March
in the year 2024.
in the year 2024.
I do solemnly swear
I do solemnly swear,
that as long as I am employed
as long as I am employed
by the Rehoboth Beach Police Department,
by the Rehoboth Beach Police Department,
I will bear true faith
I will bear true faith
and allegiance
and allegiance
to the Constitution of the United States of America,
to the Constitution of the United States of America,
the Constitution of the State of Delaware,
the Constitution of the State of Delaware,
and the Charter of the City of Rehoboth Beach, Delaware.
and the Charter of the City of Rehoboth Beach, Delaware.
I promise to faithfully
I promise to faithfully
and impartially
and impartially
discharge and perform all the duties incumbent on me
on me
as a police officer
as a police officer
for the City of Rehoboth Beach
of the City of Rehoboth Beach
according to the best of my ability.
according to the best of my ability.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
If you want to stand right up there, I believe he wants a picture. Michelle, if you want to go up and get a group photograph with the mayor, please, and the judge. Hold on, we have another one coming in to photograph here. Thank you. And congratulations to both of you once again. If you just one more thing, if you just give me a second, I would like to just introduce some of my team that's here. That makes me look good every day. Miss Marion Jones, my assistant, helps the entire department, and Tracy Rummel is
Raise
here in
your
the front
hand
row.
there.
Raise your hand, yes.
There you go.
In the back, we have Lieutenant Jamie Riddle. Raise your
Raise your
hand.
hand.
You didn't get the
you go.
instructions. And Will Sullivan is in the back here too. And then we have Sergeant Brian Kazmarchuk and Sergeant Mark Sweet. Did I get everybody? I think so. So I just want to introduce them and thank everybody. Oh, my detective is taking all the photographs. You're out of uniform now. So we have Detective Brian Reynolds. So thank you all for being here today and show the support to our new recruits. So thank you very much.
And I forgot to introduce Kathleen Lubold. She was holding the Bible for Mr. Chen, Patrolman Chen, and she's already left, but she's the Assistant Alderman Court Clerk, I believe. Next item of business is correspondence. Correspondence is embedded in the agenda when we receive it at appropriate time in front of the meeting, and so you'll see in there a letter from former Commissioner Jay Legree referencing the fishing pier replacement. Next item of business is City Manager's report.
Thank you, Mayor. Good morning, Mayor, Commissioners, members of the public, and staff that's with us this morning. An update on the beach patrol construction projects. Foundation work will be taking place at the Beach Patrol Comfort Station construction site at Baltimore Avenue and the boardwalk throughout the month of March. This means that vibrations and loud construction noise should be anticipated on and off throughout the month. This week, sheet piles are being installed with the assistance of a crane. Sidewalk access to the boardwalk around the construction site will be closed during working hours for the first several days of this week. Also, while pedestrians can still walk by the construction site on the boardwalk, the pathway around the site will be narrowed during working hours. The contractor anticipates working most Saturdays until the summer season begins. On the State Road sidewalk, the DelDOT sidewalk project that started last week along State Road is moving along well. Excavation for the entire project is mostly completed, and the sidewalk is poured from Newcastle to Stokely Street, and the curbing has been poured from Newcastle to School Lane. If weather continues to cooperate, the project will likely be completed as scheduled in a 3-week period on or about the 15th of March. There was significant rain this weekend, and so the Streets Department had made adjustments to prevent flooding. The Public Works Director, Henry Matlos, also met with DelDOT Project Manager this morning about the project and the rain. And with rain scheduled this evening and tomorrow, and potentially for a good portion of this week, the Streets Department will continue to monitor the site closely. An update on the Rehoboth Avenue LED conversion project. The city has finally received the parts necessary to begin phase 1 of our LED conversion project. Installations of the new parts will begin on Rehoboth Avenue the week of March 18th. Work will take approximately 3 weeks to complete. Brief update on the Rehoboth Avenue repaving project. DelDOT is putting out to bid this month the project that includes repaving of Rehoboth Avenue. You'll recall that we are also partners on that project for the first 2 blocks of Rehoboth Avenue. At this time, we anticipate that night work on this project will begin after October 1st. And finally, on the Scarborough Street Extended Stormwater Park project, as part of that rehabilitation and landscaping project, again at the end of Scarborough Street Extended, the city is awaiting a permit from DENREC to install biocore logs along approximately 65 feet of Silver Lake to stabilize the shoreline there. We've already received approval from the Army Corps of Engineers, and DENREC has posted the required public notice, and when work is permitted, it will be undertaken by Envirotech. That is all I have to report, Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor. As everybody knows, we've lost the lease for Deauville Beach. And Evan, I understand that DENREC will be putting out the name of a contact.
That's correct.
That we want to, when we get that, can we somehow disseminate that or put it on the website so that any comments from the public can go directly to DENREC?
Sure.
Question, if I may. Mr. Miller, with regards to the repaving on Rehoboth Avenue, I know it's a ways off yet, but in that communications with DelDOT, the aspect of a communication plans of timing and closings and what have you of that with the business community, who is going to oversee that?
Sure. So now that they've officially put, or they're getting ready to put the project out to bid, I think a lot of those discussions will start to take place. So we'll make sure that we, I'm sure there will also be progress meetings as the project takes place. So we'll start to put those points of contact together, some of those frequently asked questions, and share that information once it's available.
Great. Thank you very much.
Mayor, I just have one acknowledgement, if I
Yes, ma'am.
could. I wanted to make sure everyone is aware that Heidi Evans, the director of the museum, had sent me a note after our last meeting to make me aware that their homepage now includes their board meeting information, and that the meetings are public. I think they have a limited number of spaces at this time, but I wanted to acknowledge that that change has been made. I'm very, very glad that our partner organizations are making an effort to be more transparent. So I think that was a good step in the right direction, and I hope they will continue on, and others as well. Thank you.
Very good. Thank you, Commissioner.
One other question, if I may. City Manager, we've received the 23-24 tax valuation assessments, and I know that's out of the charter done by the first Monday in March, which is today. We've received those, and I'm sure that it's been posted the appropriate places in the city. But also, we have engaged with Tyler, the new organization. I'm just curious if that contract has been completed and we're on board with Tyler. If you could comment on any of that?
Yes, so the contract was executed last week, and so we are in the process. We still have to schedule a sort of kickoff meeting, so to speak. But yes, the contract has been executed.
And is there any further discussion that you want to bring forward to the commissioners at a future time about the dollar value of the $1,000 assessment aspect, since that was established probably in 1972, and
Right.
I think things have changed a bit since then?
Certainly, and obviously it's very difficult to do any work at less than $1,000 these days. So yes, that is among one of the provisions of the charter that we need to take a look at. I think there are several things that we have talked about, certainly at this level, in terms of charter amendments that need to take place. So what I would like to do is prepare sort of a list of potential charter amendments before we introduce it to the legislature. Or legislator to introduce it to the legislature, certainly for the commissioner's review and approval and input. So,
All right. Thank you very much.
And I have had a talk with Senator Huxtable about sponsoring that and some other charter changes. Anybody else? Nope. If not, we'll move on to City Solicitor's report. Alex?
Thank you, Mayor. Just have one brief update, a piece of good news. You may recall there was a quiet title action filed by the city. The judge, Magistrate David, granted the quiet title petition as submitted. And so now that Property is confirmed to be owned by the city and no challenges can be brought to ownership.
And explain where that property is, please.
Yeah, so that property is 12,500 square feet of land. It's along the boardwalk, abuts the boardwalk. It's a piece of tax parcel number 334-14.14-13.00, also known as the Surf House Lots C and D. And that is next to Virginia Avenue. And that land now belongs to the city. It's been confirmed by the Court of Chancery.
That 2 lots north of One Virginia condos, south of the VIA, and east of the Pennsylvania Railroad building. Good job representing us. Thank you very much.
If I may, Mayor, just based on that action, which is good news, is there any appetite to review all of the city properties owned and determine title on those?
Absolutely. I think the solicitor and I have already started having discussions about that, but absolutely.
Because I know we've kind of approached this before on other
Yes.
properties in the city, and I think to be ahead of the game for a change might be advantageous.
Right.
If we could set a 6-month target to accomplish that.
Sure.
I think that would be advisable if other commissioners are agreeable to that or have any comments.
I don't have any comments, but I'm in support of that. It's good to try to get out in front of things.
Very good. Thank
Thank
you.
you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Anybody else? If not, and you're done with your report, very good. Then we'll move along to the first item of old business, which is presentation by Beacon Engineering on the conceptual construction detail of the proposed replacement of the Lake Gerar fishing pier as originally presented by the Village Improvement Association on December 4th, 2023. Again, this was introduced December 4th by the VIA desire to facilitate replacement of the fishing pier. At that time, the existing fishing pier was presented as nearing the end of its life, and something needs to be done to maintain it or replace it. The donor was approached, had approached the VIA. At the conclusion of that meeting was that the Board of Commissioners desired to know the costs of replacement to determine if the donor will cover the entire replacement costs, or if there's a deficit, whether the city needed to chip in, whether the VIA would help chip in, et cetera. 2 designs were presented. One was dismissed, the one that put the gazebo or dock all the way in the center of the lake. And so that brings us back to today's discussion and presentation. Bob Palmer is with us from Beacon Engineering, and I'll turn it over to you.
Thank you, Mayor.
Mayor,
Oh, yes, ma'am.
before you turn it over to Bob, I'm just curious on the issue of the donor. Is there any information on that yet as we continue to think about this?
Yes, but we'll go through a progression here.
Okay,
as we
thank
get
you.
to that.
Thank you, Mayor. Commissioners, good morning, everybody, members of the public. For the record, my name is Bob Palmer with Beacon Engineering, and I just have a very short PowerPoint presentation this morning with regard to the status of the fishing pier and where we are today. In our title slide, you can see the existing pier, and if you look at the hand railing, you can sort of see the way the existing fishing pier is leaning and listing and continuing to live its life. As the mayor indicated, the preferred option that was selected by the group was concept number 5, which is shown on the screen. It's tucked up closer to the northerly shoreline, but meanders kind of in a westerly direction. We did do some pre-engineering construction estimates, and based on the overall layout of the pier as it's shown, it was north of $400,000. So we worked with the VIA, and we came up with a number of options to structure the bid so that we have options during bid day if prices do come in where we expect them to.
And so you'll see on the screen, the base bid, which we believe to be around $200,000, is the area that's highlighted in red. That basically would be an open pier concept. There would be no gazebo. It would just be a, your run-of-the-mill dock. The base bid still does consider composite decking. There will be an alternate in the bid to transition from composite decking to conventional wood decking, but the group felt that composite decking was the right solution because of the ongoing maintenance. The city has a good track record with the boardwalk, that a piece of wood on the boardwalk lasts about 7 years, and so the composite decking would be expected to way outlast that, which, while a greater capital expense, would save on the ongoing maintenance of the pier. Alternate one would be the gazebo, and that was valued at about $50,000. Alternate two, which would be the rest of the pier, the interconnecting piece, and then the smaller pier. And
Bob, use your mouse to kind of wiggle around the pier
Sure.
extension, please.
sure, so
The pier extension.
yeah,
Okay.
there's the pier extension, the gazebo highlighted in red in the center of the main pier. And this section, it really wound up being about $100,000, but we called alternate two $175,000 because in the event that section of the pier is not constructed, there would be a second mobilization, and I thought it was important to capture that. Just some statistics. The existing pier, because of its arrangement next to the Lake Gerar Bridge, even though you do have a full access around, there really isn't much opportunity for fishing between the pier and the bridge. And so the available railing length is about 100 feet. The alternate, the base pier arrangement, the fishing availability there is about 145 feet of railing, and that's the 8 sides of the pier plus the westerly side of the approach leg. Adding alternate two, it increases the overall length to 289 feet. So it would be significantly larger than the existing pier. The deck area of the existing pier is just short of about 900 square feet. The base bid deck area would be around 1,200 square feet. If we were to build the gazebo in the first phase, then the area open to fishing would drop down to about 750 square feet, which was on par with the existing pier. So you can kind of see, the public can kind of see the nexus of how the design developed, and that was something lacking in my last presentation. Adding alternate two, it adds another 2,100 square feet to the area usable for fishing and recreation, with a grand total of just under 3,000 square feet of open decking that would be open to the sky. This is the rendering of how the pier would look from Lake Avenue. You can see it's fairly well obscured by the existing vegetation, which would not be disturbed. It's relatively low to the water, and wouldn't obstruct views across the lake. And then likewise from the south side of the lake looking north, this is actually forward of some existing vegetation, but still essentially the view that the residents on that side of the lake would have. I do have...
Bob, before
Yes, sir.
we reveal, if you will, how much the donor's willing to give, I'd like to do two things. One is I'd like to introduce Kate McKenzie. She's the VIA president, is that correct? So wave your hand. There you go. Thank you for being here. And then I wanted to review real quick the cost estimates. If you would go back to that last one that showed the 175 right there. I just want to make sure we understand the base bid of 200,000 is for, and just scroll over the area there. For the
So-
200,000 is for all that red area there.
Yes,
Just
sir.
a flat fishing pier without the gazebo.
That's
And
correct.
go to the next slide. Add the gazebo is $50,000.
Making the construction cost $250,000.
Okay. And that's all in the red there. That's good. And then the
Correct.
third would be with the, all of the red area there.
Correct.
But understanding the last alternate two pier extension, 175,000, if it's done at the same time, all at the same time, alternate pier extension, as I understand it, is just $100,000.
That's
right?
correct.
So this design, all done at the same time, is $350,000.
That's correct.
Whereas if the alternate pier is added at a future date, after this is already constructed and done and we walk away from it, it would cost us $175,000, so an extra $75,000, primarily due to mobilization.
Correct. That's correct.
Okay.
Launching and retrieving a barge and, mobilizing that sort of very specialized equipment, it's rather costly.
Right.
The donor has agreed to a $200,000 capital expense with $50,000 placed in escrow for the benefit of future maintenance and upkeep of the replacement pier.
So that's not 250,000 total. It's a
Correct.
150,000 donation toward construction and 50,000 toward escrow for future maintenance.
200,000 for construction, 50,000 for escrow. So a grand total of 250,000 is
okay.
the donation, as I understand it.
Very generous, very good. So we've got basically 200,000, which allows us to go down to, scroll back to 200,000 is that area right there.
That's correct.
Without the VIA coming up with more money, or without the city coming up with more money. Now, I think the city coming up with more money is probably not realistic in this budget year. So I would, now we're getting into discussion, but is there anything, Kate, that you'd like to add? Nope, you're happy, okay. So bring it up here to the commissioners to see what you have to say about it.
Bob, thank you for presentation. Just curious, does any of that cost include demolition and removal of the existing pier?
Yes, okay, that's correct.
And that sight line there, for the proposed pier, is that the exact same footprint of the existing pier of access from the land? If you go back,
I'm not sure I understand the
Keep
question.
on going
Commissioner
back to
Gossett.
your first visualization, back.
so as
Right there, the first red one after that.
So that approach from the shore onto the fishing pier, is that the same as it exists now, the access, or is it slightly changed?
Oh, I understand, Commissioner Gossett. This is the same connection point, so there would be no modification to the shoreline.
If I can, let me bring up Jay's letter that he wrote to us. I think it's embedded in the agenda, but he had two major points, I think, or 2 points. One was he suggested that the close proximity of the walkway that's existing, the close proximity to the crosswalk at the north side of Gerar Bridge should be relocated westerly so that it comes out into the middle. If you could, can you
that what you're looking for?
No,
Mayor?
go back to what you were there. Just use your cursor to show where that, right there, where Jay's talking about moving it down even more westerly, I think.
The parking lot.
From the center of the parking lot, there. He wants it to go from there to there, number one. And number two, he just wants us to be mindful that the entire Lake Gerar section should probably be dredged at some time in the future. In terms of my comments to some of these, let me start off with Jay's letter. I think it's always easier and cheaper to leave the walkway where it is. I'm not sure that I see any difference in the safety issue moving it over, because anybody that's on the east side of the Gerar Bridge is still going to cross at that same point to get to it. So I don't give a lot of credence to that.
Well, Mayor, if I may,
Yeah.
to that point, I apologize for the interruption. The purpose for maintaining the existing access point was for the city to remain in harmony with the no-build line and no disturbance of the shoreline. So this is no new disturbance. We're maintaining the existing.
Good point. So that's another reason. I just have 4 bullet points, I guess. The cost of the city, I don't think it's going to happen this year, just because we're so hurting, so to speak, to balance the budget. I'm a little concerned always when we do something on the lakes about the people there surrounding that area, what their viewpoint is. I'm a little cautious about altering the view shed, adding vertical elements, so I'm a little shy about the gazebo, although the amount of money that this donor is providing doesn't allow for the gazebo, so maybe that works out fine. Personally, I think the emphasis should be remaining on that it's a children's fishing pier. It's not adults, and as children, what does that mean? I don't know. I think we ought to avoid the promotion of noise, use of it after dark, light pollution. I don't think it should have any lighting. So those are just some of my initial points. So actually, even if we were given more money, I'm comfortable with what the 200,000 can do for us. Anybody else?
I have a question. Was there consideration to refurbish the current pier?
There was, and the reason why we chose not to further that, there were a number of reasons. First and foremost, the original pier was constructed from scavenged material from the March storm, and so thinking about the boardwalk and the pilings, they were creosote pilings that were used to build the pier. So from an environmental perspective, removing those piers, even though there may be very little creosote left in them, removing them from the water would be an environmental benefit. Secondly, in 1962, if they were brand new piles, they would be 62 years old today, this year. If they came from a boardwalk that was built 20 years prior, they could be 80 to 100 years old, and that just the life expectancy of the structure, the superstructure itself, was just not. It didn't seem to make sense to spend that outlay with the age of the existing structure. Not only that, but the structure is listing, it's out of plumb, out of square, and so to remove those piles and replace them, it made more sense to construct a pier that was out of new modern materials.
Right. And is it one of our citizens asked the question that we failed to address last time you presented? Is that pier safe for this summer?
Yes.
So it's okay to handle traffic and people
Yes.
on it? Okay.
Yes.
Thank you.
And Commissioner, the reason why we placed a An occupancy limit on the pier was really more of economics. It seemed to be more effective in our mind to reduce the occupancy to a very light load rather than going through the engineering analyses to determine that the bridge is safe for larger loads. Just trying to keep the money ready for construction versus science experiments.
Thank you. Thanks.
Anybody else?
Yep.
Go ahead. Commissioner Gossett and then Commissioner Markert.
Just quick, could you go through the pros and cons of the gazebo? I mean, how was that discussion period of should we or shouldn't we, or?
Sure. So the thought process of the fishing of the gazebo was really one for the caretakers for the children, mom, dad, if there's a sitter or what have you, having the caregiver closer to the children rather than in the shade on the water's edge. So it was really more of a shade and aesthetic to for the caregivers.
And are there designed benches under the gazebo, or is that just an area coverage?
We left an allowance in that cost for benching, but there hasn't been a design of style yet. One of the thoughts was to possibly use some of the more sound lumber, either to build some benches or to put those, reuse some of that material.
And I'm assuming, and I shouldn't assume, but is all of this ADA compliant?
Yes, sir.
Built, okay. And just an odd question, I'm not a fisherman, never have been, never will be, but the fishing pier now kind of goes out into the middle of the lake, if you will.
Correct.
And this is kind of hugging the coast or the shoreline. Does that make a difference to fishing as to where fish are? There deeper water or shallower waters make a difference? I'm just curious.
It does. The pier will tend to allow the fishermen to get to the water's edge and the taller grasses where they tend to hide. Now it's not accessible because of the buffer that is there. So that was the thought. And to, again, pull it away from the bridge so that there's more access.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Commissioner Markert?
Yeah. As far as the current proposed design or whatever, conceptual design, the platform with the gazebo would allow that, if that alone would allow for fishing to take place being sort of like closely, monitored or supervised, whatever, by
Yes.
adults or whatever. So the additional extension would do the same thing. It just allows more space for, open space or whatever for that. I just want to kind of clarify that. I had a question, I guess, addressed to the VIA representatives. Looking at this and knowing of this lead gift of effectively, $200,000 and then an additional 50, if I'm understanding right, for future expenditures, which I think is a well-placed gift, just in terms of the fact that you want to perpetuate. It's like you build something and then people have the burden to kind of maintain it and so forth and so on. So the fact that there's additional monies there, I think is certainly welcome and appreciated. But I'm just looking at this in terms of a kind of a fundraising project, and I would think there'd probably a lot of people that would like to join in on this, not necessarily at the level that this very generous person chose to do, but that's the sort of nature of a lead gift. You have a lead gift, and then you get other people, and you have the sort of fundraising pyramid. But I can speak for myself. I would be interested in contributing to this, and I just want to know if you were contemplating that, to organize obviously it's a lot of work and everything, but I think this is certainly a worthy project. If you had thoughts about, basically developing a fundraising campaign.
Thank you. My name is Catherine McKenzie, and I'm president of the VIA, Village Improvement Association. Mr. Mayor, Commissioners, that's a good idea.
See?
You want to help?
Well, sure.
It's an idea. It's a wonderful idea, and the VIA is very, very active in fundraising initiatives. This is something that we would have to take back to our board. We'd have to discuss this. We were so honored to have our anonymous donor to give us this amount of money. And as you all know that I was presenting before, the reason why he has done this is because this fishing pier has meant so much to him since he was a young child, and he's not a young child anymore. So it's very, very important, and we're honored with that, and I'm sure that you are as well, and hopefully that we can get something moving and going. This pier has a long history. It was even there before the storm of 1962. And then at 1962, when it was lost and rebuilt, then it's been there since then, that the VIA had done and taken care of that. And we want to make sure that it stays for future generations. And we do, as you saw on the very first slide, that the historic plaque, it is a historic plaque, thing, from the state, honored by the state through the archives. And we have spoken to them about a change in the fishing pier, and they said that it's fine with them. There is no rules or regulations if there is a change to the construction of the fishing pier. But what we're looking at doing, as Bob had said, is to maintain some of that, the lumber, to keep some of that within the new construction. So that's part of what we want to do. And as far as a fundraising event, it's something that we could do. When we decide, when we get some bids, when we look at what the final cost will be, that's what we will have to do. Otherwise, we'll have to keep it at the 200. Okay. Thank you.
That's
Thank you.
encouraging.
Thank you, Catherine.
So I just need a little bit of clarification. So the 200,000 donor gift can be used, I just want to make sure my understanding is correct, can be used to launch this project to update the current pier. That's correct?
To replace.
Okay.
To go toward construction.
Right, and the city would not be contributing anything to that.
Well, what are we, Evan, what are we contributing? Design fee? Or does the $200,000 construction cost include the design fee?
The city has agreed to pay for the design, and the $200,000 would be for construction.
And what is the cost of design?
I don't remember.
Okay.
I think it's in the 40,000 range.
And just to be precise, did the commissioners approve that? And I've just had a moment here? Or was it just as practical application of doing business that this design got done?
The latter, I believe.
The latter, okay. Because what I'm trying to tee up in my mind is if we already have a $40,000 investment in it, just for purposes of discussion, and then there's another 200 that's in it. I guess what I'm trying to ask, and I just won't be gentle about it, are we teeing up that the city will be requested to do X, Y, or Z at an additional cost at a different time?
Well, I think that's before us now. You know, this thought of a fundraiser is a nice idea, but at some point, I believe, Bob and Evan, we need to get to a point where we say we're amenable to designing something that can be constructed for around $200,000. Now, if you're going to do fundraising, then we may have to wait and say, well, you need to tell us how much you're giving us, right? So I was expecting more to come out of this meeting with what's the favor of the commissioners? You know, are we amenable to the simplest of the designs that can be constructed for $200,000? And I realize we may not be able to commit to 200,000. Maybe the bids come in at 210,000 or something. And then we have to go back to the VIA or the donor or ourselves on how to pay for it. But seems to me that the next step is up here on what the design is.
And that's why I'm asking, because I wanted to make certain that whatever the expectation that we have is not over or understated. My expectation for a replacement is exactly that. It's a replacement. It is not.
Kind of the design it is now, you mean?
Well,
the rectangle?
I'm not as rigid to say it should be replaced exactly as it is now, but a flat children's fishing pier, to me, is in the spirit of replacing our historic pier. I believe and you already raised it, Mayor, that when you get into talking about gazebos and whatever else, you're elevating your previously simple children's pier to a different level, which then does draw the attention of the residents who are in very close proximity to this, and the view shed and things that you've already said. So for me, a very straightforward position is that it is a replacement of a children's fishing pier. It certainly can go along the shoreline, but it does not have vertical extension in any way. And I do not have an expectation that at some point either the city is being asked to kick in another 50 grand or 100 grand, because if that's the case, then, as you already said, that would be unwise for us to take under advisement now with the challenges that we already have with the current budget.
Well, again, you know my opinion on it. And one thing in terms of the gazebo, we've got to be mindful that the fishing pier has never had a vertical element, I'll call it. You know, there's not been chairs or benches there as far as I know. It's been no covering, no gazebo, no roofed structure there. And so I would expect that it can continue to be that way and be successful. I guess what I would hope is that the commissioners, especially since it reflects my view, that the commissioners approve design one, which is the main the main platform, with the target construction cost of $200,000, as close as possible, but a commitment from the VIA that should it exceed that $200,000, that they work with you to either cut down the cost, which I don't see how we would do, but or to commit to coming up with the extra funding so that the city does not have to come up with any extra funds.
Well, and if indeed we have already kicked in several tens of thousands, let's say, for the design, I think that's a contribution that's already been made by the city. I can't say that I was aware of that. I can't say that I'm happy to hear that, but I do understand the practicality of keeping things moving from a business standpoint. So to me, the city's already in the game for, let's just say, possibly 40. And the rest of this project can be moved ahead through the funding available to the VIA, without an expectation for me that there is a continuing phase, if you will, of any other portions of the pier.
Can I make hopefully a final comment? From I understand this to be basically, from the last meeting to this meeting, a presentation of a concept to be considered based on a very generous gift made by presumably a local individual, very generous contribution. But obviously, you have to go through the process of, it's great that you offer this much, but what's that get you? And obviously, with escalating construction costs and escalating everything else, including our operating budget, you have to kind of, do a reality check. And from what I gather, that I think what they presented to us, I think is well received. I don't think we're going to have people with torches, protesting it. And obviously, if we don't do anything sooner, probably rather than later, what we have now is going to deteriorate beyond the ability for people to even walk on it. So the fact that we're thinking about replacing it and updating it and possibly reorienting it a little bit to maybe make it be a little bit better experience for people, I think is a good thing. They're saying now that they want to go back to talk to their board and try to come up with basically what they'd like to do. I don't think we have to lock into a price at this point, especially if they think that they could probably squeeze out some additional funds from other people. So I mean, I would say let's see what they have to say. If we can have another discussion about this and kind of see what we want, what's going to be available and look at it that way. If that's
what we didn't spend a lot of time on is this timeline that Bob has up here. And if you look closely at it, the fifth one down is construction documents begin in May through August. So this is moving, in my opinion, quite rapidly.
And just for clarification, that construction, tentative fall of 2025 or 2024?
2025.
2025, okay.
Well,
So
I don't see why we up here, we're going to go to the public in a minute, can't decide today what the design is. I am not in favor of anything beyond the $200,000 design, that initial design, okay? So I don't know if others agree with me or not, but that's where I am. And if we can settle that today, then that gives us a foundation, that gives the VIA a foundation for working with Evan and Bob on going forward. That if the VIA said, well, actually, it would be moot. If we say
Sure.
that's the design, then that's what they're going to commit to.
Well, from what I've heard you say, you're basically not in support of the vertical elements, which I think means the gazebo roof and all that kind of stuff. But I mean, I guess the other consideration is conceivably if they wanted to maybe extend, have a platform without the gazebo, and maybe conceivably have another arm to it or whatever you want to call it, an extension to it with another platform. I don't know if we have an objection to that. Obviously, they're going to have to raise money.
I
but
do.
You're saying no. Okay, you do.
I do,
Okay,
yeah.
all right. So, but I think I wouldn't want to necessarily impede them from at least having a discussion with their board as to what they think they want to do, and if that's what they want to do, that's great.
I think it can be a lovely addition to or replacement for what's there.
Okay.
But just a flat platform with railings, of course.
Okay.
And Bob, am I correct that the flat platform that the mayor just mentioned for the proposed replacement would be 145 feet as opposed to 100? The existing
That's
piers?
correct. The railing length would be 145 feet. So it's 50% more
Right.
accessible railing, and primarily that's because we can now use all 360 degrees of the pier versus the only half
Right.
in its current configuration.
So it's already bigger? Yes.
Yes, that's correct.
So the replacement will be bigger, It will go in a different direction along the shoreline. And it actually provides 1,233 square feet, correct?
Correct, of
Of
open space.
proposed, yes. And right now, it's 750 or 895, somewhere in there?
895, yes, ma'am.
So it's bigger. It does not depend on any additional taxpayer funding at this time. And my position is I would not want to see this come back in the future for additional taxpayer funding. I just want to be very clear about that.
Thank you. Go back to your design number 1, please, with the red right there. That's, again, that's what I personally approve.
I concur, Mayor, but I think where Commissioner Sharp was going, this body does not have a good track record with docks and, or piers. So I just want to make sure that if it's 200, it's 200. It doesn't become 400, 500, and we're then left with a useless, good idea that's not being able to be executed.
Right, I'm hearing that we are comfortable, seem to be comfortable with footing the bill for the design. And yet the construction, we're putting off to the VIA, which would be paying through the donor. If you don't mind, can we pause a minute? We'll go to the members of the public. Jan, did you want to come up? Corey, if you turn that microphone on, please. Please state your name and relationship to the city, Jan.
Jan Conacy. I'm a resident of Rehoboth Beach, but I'm here today actually in both capacities. One as a board member of Save Our Lakes. Several months ago, Kevin Williams asked Jay and me, would Save Our Lakes have any opinion if the pier was built and if the current children's fishing pier was replaced? And we said, depends. The devil is in the details. And so we've watched this all along and we've discussed it as a board. And I will add, my son, who will be 47 soon, when he was 6 years old, came running up the street with a giant carp because he thought he'd caught a huge fish off the fishing pier and we could have it for dinner that night. So we have a long history with the fishing pier, and right now we live right around the corner from it, and I can tell you all, it is used constantly. And the children are not 2 and 3 years old, they're 8, 9, 10, in that age. Sometimes you'll see a mom with a stroller, standing there with the child. So it is definitely heavy, not right now, but normally it's heavily used. But SOLA feels somewhat like the mayor does. We want it unobtrusive. Frankly and honestly, I grew up in a fishing family. Fishing piers do not have gazebos on them. Fishing piers are fishing piers. They may have a sink to clean your fish and stuff like that. In Lake Worth, they have 2. They have a fishing pier that looks like a fishing pier, and then they have a no fishing pier for observing, and you can go out into the intercoastal and sit in a gazebo. So a fishing pier is a fishing pier. It is not where people sit and rest. You might have a bench, but mostly I see children. Occasionally I see parents with them, or the parents could be sitting on the ground, at the picnic table. So SOLA, we again, the devil is in the details. I think as Jay Legree said in his letter, my husband Jay and another man are involved with the University of Delaware Sea Grant in testing the water, and they test it every single week in Lake Gerar, Silver Lake, and Lake Comegys. We haven't gotten the final report from the University of Delaware, but at this point, we would say an unobtrusive fishing pier that takes into consideration the lake's environment and the future of the lake, we would be supportive of. Again, we haven't seen the construction documents. We've just kind of looked at that, but that's along the lines of what we're thinking. And then Jay also mentioned, of course, about the silted and the lake. So whatever built, one should take into consideration that someday the lake may get dredged, and it might be a little deeper than it is now. We could probably, all of us could probably walk across it without getting our hair wet at this point. So that's the SOLA thing. I just will point out, and I think it was Commissioner Bennett who said, I mean, I don't know how much we're getting stuck for as taxpayers at the canoe launch place, what the maintenance is costing us. So, you know, when you say don't look a gift horse in the mouth, yes, you should look a gift horse in the mouth. So, thank you.
Thank you, Jan. Anybody else? Carolyn, you know the routine.
Yep, Carolyn Diefendorfer, city resident. I too agree, option one. I don't think it should have a covering. I've been on lots of fishing piers, they don't have coverings, so that's what I would support. And I do like the idea, if the design comes back higher, having a way to give a gift. As a resident, I'd be willing to contribute something to it also. Thank you.
Thank you, Carolyn. Anybody else? Thank you very much. So we've got the opportunity to, as I suggested earlier, to make a determination on what design we like, and then authorize city manager to work with Bob Palmer and the VIA to design and realize a project that the construction costs don't come out of our pockets, but instead the design fee does come out of our pockets. Well, if I don't hear any,
I'm going to say something.
I was
waiting.
Go ahead.
No, go ahead.
No, I was just going to say, I think that's the best approach, but I'd also like to investigate, or have investigated for us, the $50,000, if you will, endowment or maintenance fees, just how that would be administered, or who would hold it, or the access to that, or any directions of who would control it and how it would be administered. And I think that isn't in the details, in the weeds, but I just think for $50,000, as Mr. Commissioner Bennett had mentioned, we've had experience with water facilities in the past that we've not really had the best of luck with. So I think just looking forward of how to knowing what is going to happen and how it is managed before we accept the deal.
so some kind of analysis of how that 50,000 might accrue and how much of it each year on an annual basis that we would use to do maintenance, and what is that maintenance?
Well, I think the first question to answer, not here, but is that 50,000 a donation to the VIA, or is that 50,000 donation to the city, and who administers it and going forward? Again, it's a wonderful gift, and I certainly am appreciative of that, but I think before, we just need to ask these questions and have some direction and answers on them.
That's good. The city manager will work on that. Did you have something additional?
Nothing other than I support, if we're calling it option one, to move forward.
Well, I would be bold then and say that if there's no objection, I would suggest that the city manager work with Bob and the VIA on option one design, so that this is quite exciting. Yeah, that thank you all for facilitating this. No votes needed. We'll go forward like this. We thank you, and so we thank you very much, Bob. Thank you for coming, Kathleen. With that, as I mentioned earlier, we're going to insert in here new business B. At this time, discuss proposed amendments to sections of Chapter 46, Personnel of the Municipal Code. There are 5 sections recited in the agenda, and I'm going to turn this section over to City Manager Evan Miller.
Thank you, Mayor. Before you today is an ordinance to amend Chapter 46, Personnel of the Municipal Code of the City of Rehoboth Beach by amending Sections 46.7, Employment Applications, 46.16, Compensation Rules, 46.18, Sick Leave, 46.20, Bereavement Leave, 46.29, Retirement, and 46.34, Alcohol and Drug Testing. A large component of the ordinance to amend the Personnel Code revolves around the city's alcohol and drug policy, sort of drug-free workplace, as some people refer to it as. Largely, these changes are a reflection of the recent change in Delaware state law allowing recreational marijuana. With us today is Jim McMacken, partner with Morris James, who's the city's labor attorney. Jim has been involved heavily with these amendments to the personnel code dating back. This has probably been a year or so we've been working on these proposed amendments. These amendments were also, this actual draft ordinance was presented to the Personnel Committee on January 12th. So the ordinance that was presented at that January 12th Personnel Committee is the same ordinance that is before you today. So I will briefly run through the amendments, and then certainly if you have any specific questions that I'm unable to answer, I will ask Gene and Jim to chime in. So first,
Please identify the members of the personnel.
Sure. Personnel Committee members are Commissioner Patrick Gossett, Commissioner Tony Sharp, and Commissioner Edward Trzynowski. So first, section 46.7 refers to employment applications. So here we just specify drug testing, and again, that drug testing includes testing for marijuana.
You want us to wait to the end for?
Yeah, if you could.
Okay.
Next on section 46.16, compensation rules. So back on July 21st, there were a few changes that were made to the personnel code, and at that time, the ordinance that was introduced had inserted date to be determined, and that to be determined date was the date that the ordinance passed. Well, that ordinance passed and it was put in the code without that date included in it, so we need to remove date to be determined and put in July 21st, 2023, and again, that was under compensation rules. Section 46.18 pertains to sick leave. So the change here is that we are allowing employees to take sick leave for their spouse or for their child. Next, section 46.20 is bereavement leave. What we have added to the allowance for bereavement leave is sister-in-law and brother-in-law. So we have currently in the code parent-in-law and daughter-in-law and son-in-law. So we are adding sister-in-law and brother-in-law. Section 46.29 pertains to retirement. This is just clarifying that there is a one-time retirement bonus. So we had a couple questions on that. So again, just cleaning up to specify that that is a one-time retirement bonus. And then the rest of the changes are to 46.34, alcohol and drug testing. Again, a lot of these changes are reflected because of the change in recreational marijuana in Delaware. So essentially what we do here is we specify, or we add more information to the random testing section of the code, and we define safety-sensitive positions. So again, we define safety-sensitive as any position requiring a commercial driver's license and any job that requires the performance of tasks or duties that could affect the safety or health of the employee performing the task or of other individuals. And it goes on to explain further the definition of safety-sensitive. Again, that's line 99 through line 113. We added some clarifying language to prohibited activities, mainly around manufacturing, sale, dispensation, receipt, transportation of marijuana, again being prohibited activity. We have struck the previous paragraph about random testing, again, only because we have elaborated on the random testing that was further up in the ordinance. Again, reasonable or random testing being performed on employees who are deemed safety sensitive. We have added some clarifying language and some more information about reasonable suspicion testing, so elaborating here, also articulating some of the factors to look for when pursuing the reasonable suspicion testing. We have also added under positive tests, this begins on line 212, we have added some disciplinary proceedings for marijuana and illegal drugs, as well as alcohol. And then finally, we've inserted a paragraph about recreational marijuana. Essentially, it just says that employees are prohibited from, again, the manufacturing, possession, use, influence, sale, distribution, dispensation, receipt, or transportation of recreational marijuana. But we did add in there that in the event technology develops which affords the ability to detect active impairment, the city will consider revision of the ordinance with regard to recreational marijuana that is used and possessed off-duty and in compliance with the law. So that is a high-level summary of the amendments to the Personnel Code. Certainly, we could take any questions. Again, Jim and Jean are also available. So,
Yeah, I'd like to remind everybody that Commissioner Gossett, you chaired the Personnel Committee, and then Commissioners Sharp and Ed have already had their time to study this and give input on it.
We have, and just one other comment along with that, the Personnel Committee, as Mr. Miller mentioned, met on January 12th, but that was a result of the Employee Committee, which is made up of 13 representatives from each department within the city, also reviewed this and had their comments and questions, discussion periods about that. So the material that we see here is reflective of employee comments based through the Employee Committee, which I think is a very important factor, that this is just not from the top down, if you will. These changes, explanations, and practical applications of these were all developed from the employees themselves.
that's correct. Thank you for adding that, Commissioner. I will add to that, also, well, as part of the Personnel Committee meeting, the agenda, we have in there a linked support document, which includes the minutes from the Employee Committee meeting. The employees that were a part of the Employee Committee meeting asked that the Personnel Committee have access to those meeting minutes. So again, those meeting minutes have been documented, and they're provided as a support document in the Personnel Committee agenda that happened on January 12th.
So in discussion, if there's any discussion, if you would refer to the line number, we'll bring that up. Anybody up here? I have one question on line 119. Let me just bring it up real quick. Prohibited activities. All employees are prohibited from engaging in the following activities. Under number 1, it says, it mentions unauthorized alcoholic beverages. And I'm curious why we use unauthorized. Are there times when we authorize the use of alcoholic beverages?
Sorry, Jim McMacken, Labor Council. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. That was language that was suggested by former city manager Christian, and that came out of the Employee Committee, I believe. I'm not wedded to keeping that in there. I don't think that's related to consumption. I think that's related to if you have it in the vehicle and we're having an employee event, then it would be authorized to be in the vehicle.
The possession of unauthorized alcoholic beverages. I don't know, it lends to me that if there's unauthorized, that there must be times when it's authorized.
I think that was the thinking, Mr. Mayor, was we're having an event somewhere and it's going to be transported in our vehicle legitimately and for business purposes. I think that was the intention when that language was added. It wasn't something that I added as counsel that needed to be in there in order to comply with the law, or I needed to word that in a certain way to comply with the law. That was purely operational.
So you're plus or minus on it being in there.
Doesn't matter from a legal review.
As chair of the Personnel Committee, do you recall discussion of that at all?
I believe that was held during the Employee Committee meeting with City Manager Christian with regards to that. But I think the intent is, as Mr. McMacken described, that if there was an occasion where alcoholic beverages needed to be transported in a city vehicle, something of that nature, that it would be permitted as opposed to You know, if there's a fundraiser and we're moving materials or alcoholic beverages for another party or something of that nature, another individual, not party. But I just think it is a little bit of a safety valve that could be used at a point in the future.
So I'd turn to the city manager and say, is that plausible? And then if so, are you okay with it?
Yeah, so I think the only case that I can think of off the top of my head where this might come up is every year we have the employee holiday luncheon, and one of the things that we do for the employees are raffle prizes. Occasionally, some of the raffle prizes are a bottle of wine or, you know, but it's unopened alcoholic beverages to be consumed, not on city property, not in the performance of your duties. But again, we do have times where we do go out, we purchase the raffle prizes, then we have to bring them back to City Hall or to wherever establishment we're having the employee holiday luncheon. So that's the only time I can think of off the top of my head where we would be transporting alcoholic beverages in a city vehicle.
And I completely agreed with the employee committee, because what this does, in my opinion, it prevents an overzealous manager from making an accusation of a staff member who was transporting something in order to take action against them. This is a protection for the employees.
Protection.
It's a protection. And so I agreed with the employee committee that why should they be put in an awkward position if it is authorized by the city to be transported.
Anything else up here? Any members of the public like to offer a comment? No? One more. Including 4 marijuana? All righty. If not, then this will be on our regular agenda at our March regular meeting for a vote.
I would just like to personally thank Mr. Miller and Jean and Jim for their contributions and thoughtfulness in putting this together, and also all of the committee members of the employee committee. It really is a different approach that we have taken at this particular time in developing these, as I say, coming from the actual staff members up as opposed to managing down. And I think this is a vehicle, if you will, that we should use in the future as much time as we can, because it really reflects what is happening on the ground with our staff. And again, just thank you for the contributions and looking into the future of how all of this will transpire.
Ditto.
Thank you both. You may leave if you're wise.
Who were you addressing that to?
Thank you, Jim. All righty, thank you very much. With that, we're going to move on to the next item of business, which is the second item of old business, discussion by the Building and Licensing Department on the conversion of non-habitable basements into finished spaces. Corey?
Yeah, you can tell them to scroll through.
Did you bring your own?
I did, but I think the question is, if you'd like to have control over the mouse, if you have questions, you can scroll over anything.
No, you.
If not, I can. Okay. So thank you for having me this morning. I'm back again to talk about basements in Rehoboth Beach. I'm Corey Schinko, Assistant Building Inspector, and thank you. Just a brief intro before I get to the real introduction of this. I have been here several times before to discuss basements. The most recent time was to talk about the unlawful conversions of non-habitable basements. And to kind of recap that, over the last 5 years, Rehoboth Beach has averaged about 24 to 25 new home builds a year over the last 5 years. And out of those, about 2/3 have the 6'6" basements. So that's roughly around 16 houses a year that have these. The Director of Planning and Community Development, Mary Ellen Gray, and I met on January 13th of this year with the Rehoboth Beach Homeowners Association, with their board members, to go over a presentation on this. After receiving some feedback, we went back through and brought this presentation to try to be more in line with what we thought the best path forward would be for commissioners for city staff recommendations. We have three ways to do this here. One is to keep the status quo. The second one would be to ban these spaces altogether. And the third one would be to try to continue to give residents storage space, but in an acceptable manner moving forward that would help reduce the risk of unlawful conversions. And so this is going with that third approach this morning. Over the past 20-plus years, Rehoboth Beach's zoning code has allowed for basements to be built that are not included in the house's floor area if this basement had a ceiling height of less than 6 feet 6 inches. These 6 foot 6 inch basements are prohibited in Rehoboth Beach's adopted building code, and this code has never been amended. That's what brought us here to talk about this issue, the conflict between zoning and building codes. These 6 foot 6 inch basements were never intended to be used as living or sleeping spaces. However, they are being utilized as such in many cases for both sales and rentals. These basements throughout this presentation will be referred to as non-habitable basements.
Corey, if I may interrupt you 1 quick second.
Yes.
Just for clarification, on your bullet point 2 there, you talk about the building code are prohibited in Rehoboth Beach adopted building code. Is that our internal code, or is that the international building code, or what code are you referring to?
I actually have those codes in the next slide.
Great.
But our adopted building code that we use right now is the 2018 International Building Code and International Residential Code.
And is that the most recent?
They have the 2021 code out. That's the code that Sussex County has adopted. We'll most likely move to the 2024 next.
Thank you.
A brief timeline of events. Rehoboth Beach did use CABO back in the 90s. This stood for Council of American Building Officials. And in 1995, the CABO required 6 foot 8 inch ceiling heights for non-habitable basements. So that's going back to kind of the furthest back in time that I could find that Rehoboth Beach had adopted a building code, and that building code specified non-habitable basement heights. 2000 was the year the I-codes came online, and the IRC, in keeping with CABO, required 6 foot 8 inch ceiling heights for non-habitable basements. It was August 7th, 2006, under ordinance number 0806-01, where Rehoboth Beach first adopted the 6 foot 6 inch basement FAR exclusion. This was done in section 270-21, article number 3. We move along to August 22nd, 2022. This was the first official report shared with city officials from Building and Licensing Department on these violations between the zoning code and the building code. In February 6, 2023, there was the first Mayor and Commissioners Workshop presentation on this issue. Commissioners thankfully acted fast in March 17th, 2023, with resolution number 0323-02 that allowed for the continuation of the non-habitable 6 foot 6 inch basements so that construction activities and the permitting process within Rehoboth Beach could continue while this issue was looked at. And in most recently, January 13th, city officials met with the Rehoboth Beach Homeowners Association to discuss these issues and gather input. How can commissioners help today? I ask for three things from you all this morning. Number one is to consider allowing unfinished 6 foot 8 inch basements to be built and be excluded from FAR. Number two is to consider allowing selected portions and uses of those basements to be finished and excluded from FAR. And the third one is to consider new terms for a basement versus a crawl space. I'll go through all three of these, but if we can get the consideration from everyone today, we can go back with council and then create an ordinance to be reviewed for public comment and voted on by you commissioners at a later date. Some basement basics for non-habitable basements, and with our recommendations. We gathered that the residents want and need storage space. These are small lots here, and residents do need storage space to put their items of their houses. Non-habitable basements should be raised from the 6.6 to 6.8 to match the building code. That at least gets our zoning code in line with the building code. These spaces should not be finished nor have electrical upgrades for habitable spaces. Unfinished, non-habitable basements that have a vertical height from floor to first floor floor joists of less than 6'9" shall be excluded from FAR. So what we did there was just took it and raised it up by 3 inches with the caveat that they have to be unfinished. So to reduce the risk of them being easily converted into habitable spaces. And non-habitable basements may contain finished laundry, bathroom, and mechanical rooms that are excluded from FAR with conditions. And I'm going to go over all these points in this presentation. And if you have any questions while we're moving along, that's okay. I'll be happy to answer them. This is a rendition of a fairly typical Rehoboth basement. Houses are typically between 12 and 1,300 square feet. Most houses have a pool. They get $1,250 on the first floor, $1,250 on the second floor. That yields 2,500 square feet, and they're at their cap for a 5,000 square foot lot with a pool. So this is a fairly typical 1,200 square foot basement. And they're seeking full exclusion from FAR, which is what 2/3 of all new home constructions come in with already, currently. What this shows is what we're proposing in a visual. Out of that 1,200 square foot, a maximum of 30% of that space could be used as a bathroom, laundry room, or mechanical room, and that portion of that basement could be finished. So they could have, while the majority of the basement remains unfinished for storage space, they could have portions of that basement to be finished and to be used for those types of rooms. To expel the risk of having the full, in this case, 360 square feet, be fully finished and only have one main room that could easily be used as a TV room with a pull-out couch or a bedroom. Each room can be no greater than 120 square feet individually, is what we put in this proposal.
So these could be spread around?
Yes, absolutely. The maximum would be 6'9" from the floor to the bottom of the first floor floor joist. We've kept that language in to avoid the drop ceiling. So it raises it up by 3 inches from 6'6" to 6'9", and it leaves that 1 inch of room there for fire protection of floor so people can put their drywall or a type of ceiling membrane to help give the more protection for fire, and that's for building code. That's why we raised it from 6'9" rather than just putting it at 6'8". The minimum would be 6'8" to the finished ceiling, and the entire non-habitable basement would be excluded from FAR. So nothing would fundamentally change from what we have now, other than you get a couple more inches of head height, and you can only finish a portion of the basement, rather than the entirety of what we have right now, the entire basement.
When you refer to finished ceiling, would a drop ceiling, acoustical tiles be considered a finished ceiling?
It would, in order for it to meet fire code, they'd have to use a specific types of materials. And sometimes those drop ceilings can be very thin. And so while it would drop the total ceiling height down, they would still need 1/2-inch drywall, or if they would use something else that's not gypsum board or drywall, it would have to be even thicker than that. So we're talking 5/8. So really what they get here is 6'9", so 3 inches, but that's got to be just to the floor joists. They get 1 inch of space there to put their fire protection in, and that's it for the ceilings. We're also restricting the electrical upgrades. I don't want to get too much into the code here as far as that stuff, but when you walk into a basement, it's going to be unfinished. You'll have 1 to 2 outlets that you can plug stuff into. One would be for a sump pump, one may be around the stairs. You may have 2 or 3 lights for illumination, and that's it. And it helps to curb the risk that these spaces would easily be converted into, because if they're fully finished, they just have to bring in furniture. Now you have to get an electrician in, you got to rewire everything. You've got to bring in drywall if you want to finish the walls and the ceiling. It's a very big project you'd have to undertake. So what this recommendation does in this picture here is they have all of this space for storage, and then you could use up to 30% to still have a laundry room in there, a bathroom or mechanical room that could be used to finish down there to still have those spaces. All those types of spaces are defined in the building code as non-habitable, so there wouldn't be a conflict there.
And do we address at all conditioning, air conditioning, heating of those spaces? Is that addressed at all?
Not in this one. Typically, in all basements, these are all part of the thermal envelope. So even in crawl spaces, nowadays, we see more conditioned crawl spaces. That helps with the longevity of the construction materials, the elements and stuff down there. So this code doesn't speak to the HVAC. It's very minimal. When we get our reports in from HVAC companies, the load that it takes for an non-habitable basement is very, very small. It's similar to what an attic would be.
And theoretically, any electrical upgrades that would come later would require permitting from the city?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay.
Ask a question.
Yes.
Insulation material, sometimes you see like this, it's not, excuse me, it's not framed, but it's like bats that are like attached to the wall. How's that affect, would that be allowed or not allowed or what?
Yes, that's correct. I have a definition later on in here about what wall finishes are, what they can contain.
Mm-hmm.
Insulation isn't considered a finish.
Okay.
What we would be looking at is more of panel boards, drywall, things that would go towards finishing that space off and then easily converting it to being used for living or sleeping spaces. Insulation is not considered a finish.
Okay.
So the three questions, or the three points that I had hoped that commissioners could help with this morning, these are those three concerns that we have main that continue to exist. I'm not going to read all of this. This has been up here before, but some of these slides I included for the general public to have as a copy of this most recent presentation, and that they can be looked at any time too. But these are our two code sections that, and I'll put it up here. City Code Sections 270-4, which is our definitions code section, and 270-21BC. This is the real code that we are trying to get corrected. They suggest that newly constructed non-habitable basements may be built to a finished height of 6 foot 6 inches. We're working under a resolution right now because technically they can't, because we never amended the building code. So by building code, I would be forced to put everything, all non-habitable basements at 6 feet 8 inches. That would then be included fully in floor area ratio. We're working under the resolution to do that right now, and we're also not calling them crawl spaces so that we can at least get the very minimum life safety elements in there. But these are the two code sections. Basements built with these ceiling heights are prohibited based upon the 2018 International Residential Code, which is what we're using currently for all residential houses. The residential code, where the last slide showed the zoning codes, this shows the relevant building codes in the International Residential Code on ceiling heights. And in the bottom here, I've had this slide up here before you, is portions of basements that do not contain habitable space or hallways shall have a ceiling height of not less than 6 feet 8 inches. And the recommendations today will get us in line with this code section. We're not recommending any changes for the regular habitable basements. Those stay at 7 feet, which is up here on 305.1. And we're really just staying away from habitable basements today for this presentation. Nothing needs to be adjusted with them right now. These are definitions. It's basically saying that this is what a basement is. And I'll get to the difference between that and a crawl space just down the road here. Our recommendation to correct this is we recommend revising the language in the code sections 270-4 and 270-21BC to remove all language specifying 6 foot 6 inch basements and to replace said language with all non-habitable basements that have a vertical measurement from floor to first floor floor joist of less than 6 feet 9 inches shall be excluded from FAR calculations. So again, we're just changing 6'6" to 6'9". Bathrooms, toilet rooms, and laundry rooms with ceiling heights not exceeding 6 feet 8 inches that do not comprise more than 30% of the total basement area and are not greater than 120 square feet individually shall be excluded in FAR calculations. This is just the wording on what the visual was shown of in the depiction of the basement, where it was 1,200 square feet with 30% being allowed to be finished.
And are those phrases, bathroom, toilet room, laundry room, defined in the code?
Yes, yes, they are. That was concern number one. The second concern is we don't have a definition of crawl space. There's a building code of a definition of crawl space, and being vague is an understatement. What we have right now is, I'll pull back here. Basements have certain life safety requirements that crawl spaces do not. Currently, there exists confusion between a 6-foot 6-inch basement and a crawl space, leading to fully finished, oversized crawl spaces with no smoke/carbon monoxide detectors or alarms, nor emergency escape and rescue openings. This has to be in here because we don't want to leave a loophole for enlarged crawl spaces to then be built, for us to go through all this work on basements, and then have people come in and put in a crawl space that's 6 feet 5 inches, or 6 feet 6 inches, because it will happen. And if they call it a crawl space and I don't have any code sections to enforce it, I can't restrict that being built. So this is here specifically to do away with that loophole. Our recommendation for this is expanding on the definition of basement and creating a definition of crawl space in 270-4 to avoid future confusion and to distinguish the crawl space from a basement. Our basement definition is in line, taking its inspiration from other cities around the area, in Dover and Ocean City and Philadelphia, to name a few, and this is in line with how basements are defined in many other municipalities. And it's that portion of a building between the floor and ceiling which is wholly or partly below grade and having 50% or more of its height below the finished grade at any point on the periphery of the building. That second point is just to make sure if we have split levels, we have a definition that would account for that. But essentially, a basement is something below ground. The crawl space definition has some say, there can be some back and forth if you'd like to for this one. It's an underfloor space that is not a basement. So this takes away any type of cellar or any other type of word that someone would want to use to try to say it's not a basement, it's not a crawl space, it's something else. We wouldn't recognize anything else. We would only recognize basement, and a crawl space would be anything that's not a basement. And this one which has a vertical measurement not more than 48 inches or 4 feet, measured from either the constructed or natural floor to the underside of the floor joist of the floor above. So that keeps our basements at 6'8" for unfinished, non-habitable for storage space, 7 foot if you want to put bedrooms and living space there. And the only other thing you're getting other than that is a 4-foot traditional crawl space. And that would help alleviate a gray area where we get to 5 feet, 6 feet, 6 feet 2 inches, 6 feet 3 inches, where a crawl space could be built and then essentially be finished, and we would be back in the situation we're in right now. And that's this rationale here, updating the definition of basements, bring it more in line with how basement and basement wall are defined in International Building and Residential Code. And the 48 inches here is done for 2 reasons. One is what I just said, a builder could hypothetically construct a 6-foot 6-inch area, claim it to be a crawl space, not a basement, which could be fully finished and incur the risk of being easily and unlawfully converted to living and or sleeping space. The 48 inches ensures that that can never happen in a crawl space. And second, the 48 inches isn't completely arbitrary, as it's taken from the maximum height of a cripple wall. I've included these 2 sections for anyone to look at. A cripple wall is defined in the building code as well as the residential code, and it's defined as a framed stud wall extending from the top of the foundation to the underside of the floor framing for the lowest occupied floor. And In both of those sections, they mentioned 48 inches max. Once the cripple wall is beyond 4 feet, it has to become the size of the wall of the story that it's next to part of. So out of all the building codes, this is the one that we were able to pull actual numbers from. And I know I've said this before, but we believe that 4 feet would be in line with the intent of a traditional crawl space. The alternative approach, if the commissioners do not like 4 feet, everything's the same here with the exception of a red X, and instead of 4 feet, something else could be put in there. Could be 5 feet, 4.5 feet, but this would be an alternative approach to that, keeping in line with the same definitions. So that's concern number 2, is to alleviate the risk of having a crawl space, an area underneath a house be called a crawl space, and then all this work to be done with non-habitable basements, and then that space to just be finished off. The risk here on this is, per the ICC standards, we need smoke and carbon monoxide detectors in emergency escape and rescue openings, and they're not required in crawl spaces. So if we raise up the ceilings too high, and there could be a risk of these spaces, again, being used as living or sleeping spaces, and they're defined as crawl space, there's nothing for building and licensing to enforce, to make them put those types of life safety issues down there, those apparatuses. The last concern is trying to square up the definitions that the city could use for habitable and non-habitable spaces, particularly these basements. This is an unfinished basement, and this is typically what they look like. There's a concrete floor, and there's concrete walls, and you can see through the framing. Our code would allow to put a ceiling up on here. Again, that goes with fire protection of floors, so we would allow that. This is what we don't want. And this is kind of how they look now at final inspections. And these are not meant for habitation, and you can see with how many electrical outlets they have there, the type of recessed lighting, the floor, the wall, the trim. It's all there ready for living and sleeping.
Corey, back on
Yes, Commissioner.
that photo, previous slide, did you just say if they look like that at final inspection, or they look like this at final inspection, then what happens?
There's no enforcement there. We're working under right now that the 6-foot 6-inch basements are allowed. There's nothing in building code to say that they can't be finished.
Okay, so even though it looks like this, and that was not our intention, you can't do anything about it?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
What is the projected ceiling height in this vision?
For this basement to exist, we want a minimum 7-foot ceiling. This would be a true basement used and built to be used for sleeping and living purposes. The previous slide this is meant for storage space. It is not meant for living. You're not meant to go down there and accidentally fall asleep. The only caveat for this one is that we would allow certain portions of it to be finished for those spaces. And I have those on this last concern with the recommendation.
And Corey, where you just were, that ceiling height is what?
This was a stock image. I'm not sure.
But the spirit of what you're talking about.
The spirit would be a maximum 6 feet 9 inches.
6'9". Okay, thank you.
And that doesn't count as far.
Sorry.
Does this one count as far? So that doesn't.
As long as it was no more than 6 feet 9 inches and it was unfinished, it would be excluded. And so that's keeping with the spirit of it seems to be when the 6.6 was adopted and was passed, there needed to be some storage space for residents in town. And I think that the intent of the 6.6 was that they wouldn't be converted into living spaces, but residents still had the square footage that they could put down below their houses for all their storage spaces.
On the next one, if that was 6.8 or whatever the number is, it's still excluded from FAR.
With our recommendations right now, we would not allow a space like this to look like this unless it had a ceiling height of at least 7 feet. And if it would count for floor area ratio. Anything above 6 foot 9 inches, and this would have to be a minimum of 7 feet, so that would put it easily above 6 foot 9 inches, would count. The only thing that would be left is what we currently have right now, which is a 1,000 square foot credit for basements, for habitable basements. And that's in our code. We're not touching that on this one. This presentation today is simply just to take preventative measures to ensure that any basements built in the future are done so with the minimal amount of risk to be unlawfully converted while keeping with the spirit of what was intended with the 6.6 code in giving residents storage space. So this basement here, building and licensing under these recommendations would allow it. It would have to have at least 7-foot ceiling heights. It could have 8-foot ceiling heights. It would be required to have all of the necessary requirements that the first floor or the second floor would have. And it would be included. However, we do have a 1,000 square foot credit. That does drop the floor area above ground by about 10%. I don't want to get too much onto that topic because I want to kind of stay on point, which is reducing the risk of unlawful, non-habitable basement conversions while maintaining the storage space that the residents of Rehoboth Beach want and need. So that could be a topic for a later discussion on density issues, and the city would be happy to look into that. But today, my main goal here is to walk away from this with the ability to create an ordinance that, in your view, would help reduce the risk of these conversions and keep the storage space. And so doing that, we have created these 4 definitions. The first 2 will go shortly right after what a basement is defined as. And the basement was basically anything below grade. And a crawl space was anything that's 4 feet or less below grade, an underfloor space. So a habitable basement is a basement with or without floor and wall finishes containing a ceiling height of 7 feet or more measured from floor to ceiling. And that's what we just saw. That would be a true basement. It can have floor and wall finishes. It's going to have to contain all the requirements, the minimum requirements that any other floor in the house would have. The non-habitable basement is a basement without floor and wall finishes nor electrical upgrades required for habitable areas, containing a ceiling height of not less than 6 feet 8 inches, but less than 7 feet measured from floor to ceiling. I had to put that in there because this is in line with the building code. Our zoning code with the 6.9 will restrict the floor area ratio. It doesn't need to be stated in here. This is just in line with our adopted building code right now for the ceiling heights. So I'll repeat that. Containing a ceiling height of not less than 6 feet 8 inches, but less than 7 feet measured from floor to ceiling. Portions of non-habitable basements separated from the main area by partitions intended solely for mechanical equipment, bathrooms, toilet rooms, or laundry rooms may contain floor finishes, wall finishes, and electrical upgrades required for those spaces. And that's in that definition. And again, just to drill the point home on the ceiling heights, this definition says, sure, you can build a non-habitable basement at 6 feet 10 inches, but it's going to count in floor area ratio. And that's how we're going to ping it back to the zoning change. So this definition there it does talk about floor and wall finishes, but as far as ceiling heights goes, it's just in line with the building code. So there's no discrepancies between our zoning code and our building code. The floor finish is any natural or synthetic material covering masonry, wood, or steel framed floors, including but not limited to carpet, hardwood, vinyl, and tile. We left protective epoxy coatings there if people do want to play by the rules and build a non-habitable basement for storage, they will be able to protect their concrete floor. But this kind of strips away anything else from having these nice fancy floors in that you would really only need for living space. And the finished wall is very similar. It's any natural or synthetic material covering masonry, wood, or steel framed walls, including but not limited to drywall, tile, paneling, plaster, moldings, and trim. And the rationale behind all these definitions, they're written in such a way as to prevent the risk of unlawful conversions of non-habitable basements to be used for habitation. Keeping the concern of many homeowners in mind, this approach also includes language to allow owners to add separate mechanical and/or laundry rooms in addition to full or half baths in basements, and to allow those spaces to be finished. These finished spaces must be separated from the main space through interior wall partitions so as not to leave a loophole where one could claim the entire non-habitable basement was their mechanical or laundry space. And so the city's trying to branch, again, together the intent of the 6-foot 6-inch original adoption back in 2006 with giving residents the space they need down there. The alternative approach, if we don't go this route and we don't restrict finishes, then prevention goes away and we're left with enforcement. We're left with reaction. And if that's the case, if we don't create any of these definitions, then we have to determine compliance inspections for all rental properties and/or private residences who incorporate basins with ceiling heights of less than 7 feet. We may have to look into ones, too, that are potentially selling their properties. We'll then have to determine civil offense penalties for property owners who unlawfully convert non-habitable basements into habitable spaces, because if we do find something, we're going to need some type of code sections for penalties and violations that address this specifically. This last one, I do like this one. I wanted to leave this in here. This was courtesy of Cliff Hilderly, pardon me if I'm not saying that correctly, which I believe is good to do no matter what. And this was to create highly visible permanent signs at each emergency escape and rescue opening, such as a window well, that advises the space is by law non-habitable, dangerous to occupy, and violations are subject to fines and loss of license or occupancy. So this would be more of a sign that gets posted down in these basements to ensure, mostly for if these spaces will be used for rental purposes, that people who rent these spaces will not use them to put their kids to sleep down there. But again, if we go the route of the recommendation, it would be unfinished, so they wouldn't do that in the first place. To kind of end and conclude the overview of these city recommendations of non-habitable basements, they have to have a ceiling height of at least 6'8", but less than 7 feet. Our zoning would say that they can be excluded from floor area ratio if they're 6'9" or less. Overhead obstructions like beams, ducts, and girders shall be no lower than 6 feet 4 inches. I'm only including that in there to also add the fact that by elevating this to building code, the obstructions will get elevated as well, because currently in some of these basements, it's very compressed, and then the ducts and the girders are even lower than that, and you can hit your head in front of in some of those. They must contain at least one emergency escape and rescue opening. They must contain smoke detectors and alarms. If they have gas-fueled appliances, we have propane in the city, or attached garages built to it, they have to contain carbon monoxide detectors and alarms. These areas shall not have wall or floor finishes nor electrical upgrades for habitable space requirements. Unfinished, non-habitable basements that have a vertical height from floor to first floor floor joists of less than 6 feet 9 inches shall be excluded from floor area ratio. And bathrooms, half baths, laundry rooms, and mechanical rooms, these spaces must be sectioned off from the main portion of the non-habitable basement with walls. They will be permitted to be fully finished, and each room can be no greater than 120 square feet individually, and the aggregate area of all those rooms combined must be less than 30%, must be 30% or less than the total basement area. I know this is a lot of information, but this is the city's most comprehensive approach and recommendation for these spaces. And
I just said, you're not required, let's say you want to put your washing machine or a sanitary sink, you don't need to have that in a separate room, do you? Or do you, assuming it's non-habitable?
If that space was meant to be unfinished,
yeah,
then that would be included in in the unfinished.
Right.
But if you want to section off a portion of the unfinished and completely finish that space for a laundry room, per se, and do an attached bathroom to it, then you can follow these guidelines and you can do that. But if it's just left unfinished,
Right,
then that would be
that's what
included.
you know, you want to keep it really simple. Okay.
So to recap, how can you help today is to consider allowing unfinished 6-foot 8-inch basements to be built and excluded from FAR, keeping in the spirit of the 6'6" that we have now, only raising it up. Consider allowing selected portions and use of those basements to be finished and excluded from FAR. And to consider the new terms for the basement versus crawl space so we don't do the work on basements and then have very large crawl spaces created and finished.
Corey, great job. This is a very difficult topic, obviously, because we've been working on it for months and months and months. In terms of your last page there, the slide before that, you know, the 3 recommended actions, I find 2 very easy, and the third one gives me a little pause. Going from 6'6" to 6'9", I think is somewhat easy to do, and proper, obviously. Adding a definition or clarifying a definition of crawl space, and I'm fine with your 48-inch, you know, rather than filling in the blank there. I think that's fine. Those are fine. The third one, considering selected portions and uses of basements. That one's given me a pause from the beginning, and where I explained my point of view earlier, many months ago. You know, keeping in mind that, as you said, that this task is to look at reducing the risk of non-habitable conversions. To me, how I interpret that is we're trying to reduce the risk of people sleeping in the basements and possibly using them for living rooms, gathering areas or something. But primarily for me, it's sleeping. Want to prevent that. I've said before that I'm amenable to people putting a pool table down there, or a ping pong table, wine cellar, and things like that. And those, to me, have a requisite minimum amount of electrics or lighting or something to be able to use those. You know, the unfinished flooring, disclosure, I have a full basement with my laundry room in the basement and my HVAC furnace in the basement. I also have a Bilco door for direct access to the outdoor, just FYI. I'm fine generally with electrics and lights. Unfinished floor, I don't see why anybody would need to finish the floor. The drywall, I don't have a problem with drywalling the entire, at least outer perimeter of the room. When it comes to these interior mechanical rooms that would be allowed, I don't know whether you're allowing, and laundry rooms, whether they're allowed to have drywall on the inside only or the outside or both. I think you at one point excluded TV connections, and I have a TV connection in my laundry room, and my laundry room's in the basement, and that's how I like to have it. I think that illegal conversions are going to happen regardless, period, no matter what we do, unless we have some kind of annual inspection or something. As soon as we're done and giving them a C of O, I think people's minds, and we've got cases, there's one was in front of the Board of Adjustment where the people bought it with something in mind to expand it and increase it and everything, and here they are immediately going in front of the Board of Adjustment to try to get variance to raise it up and everything. And so I guess my point is, that were maybe lucky in that point that they didn't just do it on their own, but we know of so many people that just do this on their own. I would say for me, one of the biggest deterrents possibly for avoiding people building sleeping rooms in their basement would be the inspection, but number two would be just to get rid of bathrooms. I don't know why anybody needs a quarter bathroom, half bath, or full bath in the basement, unless they're conceiving into the future to convert it into living space or something. Otherwise, you plan for an extra 30 seconds and you go upstairs and use the restroom. So those are just some initial thoughts that I have. Also being mindful that, again, I don't mind drywall unfinished on the ceiling, because by code, you said that's allowed, and I do have it on my basement ceiling. In fact, it's a code requirement for me to have drywall ceiling. I have drywall on the in and outside of my stairwell getting downstairs. I have drywall behind my laundry room. Maybe I'm sharing too much.
Well, I'm wondering what you're getting ready to plan to do in your basement.
You're the only one not living in them.
There you go.
I think that's what the issue is for me on this, is we're making it more comfortable to do the illegal.
Not if you get rid of the bathroom.
You know, you're raising the ceiling, so it's now going to be even more comfortable to create this supposedly non-habitable space into habitable space.
I want to understand your thought.
Well, it's 6.6 now, and everybody's converting them to, there's 2 new ones that were built in my neighborhood that they're being actively used as living parts of the house.
Right. So
now make it 6.8. It's even more comfortable.
So it'll
to
promote
use.
More illegal conversions.
That I'm taking a cynical approach in this, but my thought all along on this is why not include these in FAR, and then it erases all the measuring of this and that and everything else. And if it means that since we're giving the 1,000 credit for a basement, make it part of FAR and still keep the square footage of the house the same and figure it out that way, rather than trying to keep thinking, if we've got 16 houses each year that are building these non-habitable basements, and we know most of them are habitable, this doesn't solve that, I don't think.
Anybody else? We'll go to the public in a minute. Anybody else up here?
Let's hear the public.
All righty. Anybody, members of the public want to say anything? Jan, you want to come up, state your name and relationship to the city?
Jan Conacy, 42 Oak Avenue. We also have a basement, Stan, and we also have a basement, and it is, it's not underneath the whole house. It's underneath the front portion of the house. And it has an oil tank, and it has a boiler, and it has 2 hot water heaters, and has lots of junk everywhere. It's simply for storage. And it's for storage and mechanical areas. So there's more than one way to solve the problem of storage and mechanical. You don't need a basement underneath the whole house. That's one thing. Secondly, I have to agree with Tim. I've been here 50 years, and I will tell you, in various roles in the city as a resident and, you know, and other volunteer jobs, people convert basements. I mean, I have a 6'5" son. He would not be happy with a 6'6", you know, recreational area in the basement. But 6'9" works just fine for him. So you know, people, you know, I was on the Board of Adjustment when these people came, you know, and then the builder turned and said, we didn't have to come here. We could have converted it without getting a variance like everybody else does. And the builder actually said that at the meeting. So we know that that's true. I agree with you about the bathroom. If you can't run up the stairs, you know, if you have to, you know, our washer and dryer is on the 2nd floor right outside the base of the bedrooms where most of the laundry is. So, and I know that Corey doesn't want to talk about the 1,000 square feet that's excluded from the gross floor area, but that has also come up the Board of Adjustment. And it's I didn't understand it until I saw a house and it said 3,000 square feet and it had a pool. It was for sale. And I'm like, how did that happen? You only can have 2,500 square feet. And then I talked to the builder. I said, they're advertising this he said it's the basement. We lopped off 500 feet and they got to put a big basement in and everything. And that's when I found out. And I have been reading a lot about basements because of this presentation, because of some of the stuff we've had to deal with recently. And I am frankly appalled. And I looked to see when this, when it was amended to do this, and there were so many amendments I couldn't tell. But if you recall, and some of you weren't here then, but in 2006, I believe, Stan, it was 2006, the citizens of Rehoboth Beach at a referendum voted to reduce the size of houses, to support the mayor and commissioners in reducing the size of houses to 3,000 square feet. And then there is an amendment to this basement thing in 2006 and in 2015. So I don't know when it occurred. I'm not that good at reading the code. But that's not how it happened. Nobody ever thought in 2006 that the city was going to give 1,000 square feet of free essential land. This isn't Harrington or Seaford or Georgetown. It's Rehoboth. Most of the houses that I see now are LLC owned and they're rentals. They want to get as many people as they can into a house in any way they possibly can. You see bedrooms that are just stacked of built-in bunk beds with a queen size at the bottom and then 2 small ones at the top. You see basements with bedrooms in them. And you see ads on VRBO. I know that there's been some discussion in the city of getting some software that monitors that. But I brought Lawrence 5 VRBO listings for 25 people in each of the houses. 4 bedrooms, 5 bedrooms. Really? 25, maybe 6-year-olds. But you can't have 25 people in a house. We don't monitor. We don't do anything to prevent it, and then we don't enforce it. So we in the neighborhoods have to live with that. So, if there's a house for sale in your neighborhood, like one that maybe is a tear down or something, the neighborhood lives in fear that they're going to have 3,000 square feet, a swimming pool, parking for 2 cars, and 7 cars there. But those cars won't be there because there's no parking for them. They'll be all over the street. The house next door to me rents sometimes, and it's a 3-bedroom, 2-bath house. Sometimes there are 7 cars across the whole front, 6 this way and 1 this way. That's what happens in Rehoboth. And I'm a lot older than Corey, and I've seen it. And we all have seen it if you live in Tim has just talked about it. People want space, they're renting, and that's what they want it for. They don't abide by the laws, especially now with Airbnb, VRBO, and Vacasa, and all those other places. Well, you could depend upon Lingo's or a realtor. If you were a neighbor and there were too many people in a Lingo's house, you just called them up, and they went over and took care of it. But that doesn't happen anymore because most people aren't renting through the city. They're renting through all these things. All you have to do is look online and see them all. So we don't do anything to prevent it because we don't monitor these sites. And I understand there's software that does that. And then when we find places, we don't report them and we don't do anything about it. So, I think, I don't know, I understand the building and licensing thing, but I also understand as a citizen who lives in neighborhoods with rentals and who deals with things on the Board of Adjustment, that this is a huge issue in Rehoboth. And there are other ways. You don't have to have the whole bottom of your house with a basement in order to hold your hot water heater. And most people now use Renais in new houses. But to hold all that stuff, you don't need a 1,000-foot basement. I mean, I've just visited some friends. If everybody lived here, if nobody rented, then it wouldn't really matter because it wouldn't be an issue. But that's not this town, and you cannot compare this town with Dover, Georgetown, etc. You have to compare it with other rental towns, and we have to look and see what happens here in our own town on a daily basis, all summer long, and then plan about that. I'm cynical, and I grant you that. I am cynical, but I've developed it from living here. Thank you.
Thank you, Jan. Anybody else from the public? Carolyn and then Brian.
Carolyn Diefendorfer, city resident. I agree with the bathroom thing. I think you avoid a lot of problems if you don't allow bathrooms in the basement. And I think there are things you can do. If you find that somebody has illegally converted a space, one, you go back, you force them to produce receipts for what they did, and you get the building permit fees back from them. You do some kind of penalty on top of that, but also if they have a rental license, revoke it. That's going to stop, that should stop people from doing these illegal conversions. Like Jan, though, I agree. We have a basement that's only a portion of our house. It was a house that was built in 1933 and renovated, but the bigger your basement for storage, the more junk you keep. So I think you could limit the size. I personally don't have a problem with including the basement in FAR. If you get to the point, I think you can include all of that to produce some storage space and have it count. I think everybody could cut back a little bit on the size of the houses. Thanks.
Thank you, Carolyn. Brian? Your name and relationship to the city?
Brian Barry. As Stan and I had a conversation last week. The bathrooms are what makes somebody want to put a bedroom in the basement. The 6'6", whether it's 6'6" or 6'8", somebody's going to finish it before or after. A lot of it is enforcement now. I mean, the city charges a $50 rental license fee. Obviously, you don't have the staff to enforce the rental policy now. You know, one thing, I would raise the fee for rental license so you can hire enough staff to kind of police these things. Couple points. So as far as finishing them, I'm with Stan. You know, why can't you have an exercise bike in the basement? It's not a matter of sleeping. Living spaces are defined in IRC, and they're very interesting because a bathroom and a laundry room is IRC code, correct?
That's correct, yeah, they're defined as
so
unfit,
if the
unhabitable.
city can do it, just get rid of the bathrooms. I think then you take the potential of finishing it for a sleeping area, you know, you cut it in half. But I still think there should be some sort of finishing you can do there. Wine storage, I mean, you're not gonna walk downstairs and have your $15,000, $20,000 wine collection in an unfinished room. Also, if I'm correct, and maybe someone can answer me, have the number of rental licenses dropped in the city over the last X number of years? I mean, I think that's an important thing. So 90% of my customers do not rent their homes. So I understand what Jan's saying, what she sees, but everybody who's coming to me, an investment of $3-4 million today, they're not renting a house, they're using the house. So they do want a space that they can put finished storage in the basement, their things, their personal belongings, some of them are clothes, a lot of different things, but we need some sort of finished space. Whether it's a percentage, a third of the basement can be finished at 6'6", where you can have flooring, lighting, what have you. I agree. And then the other point, Corey, in that 6'4", you know, you're talking about the beam. That is for an 8-foot basement. I mean, if you look at ductwork, unless you're going to put it in a scissor truss, it's impossible when you're going with 6'8" to be able to get to that 6'4". So it's just something to consider. But other than that, I think we got to keep some portion of it. I understand all of it, no, but some portion where somebody can put a ping pong table or an exercise bike or their treadmill or something of that nature to add to the house. But the 1,000 square feet also has limitations because that basement can never exceed a height of 8 feet. So still, if you're running ductwork, you're still at 7 feet. So it may be a benefit for some, but you know, if we're going to go through that whole exercise, I think that should be 9 feet. But the bathrooms are the biggest item.
Thank you, Brian.
You're welcome.
Appreciate it. Any other members of the public? Francis, come ahead. Your full name and...
Francis Kelleher, 318 Stokely Street. I agree with everything that Mrs. Conacy said. The one thing that I would say to what you've said is that while somebody might build a house and they're building it for themselves and they put the wine cellar and whatever, the problem is the houses get sold. And when the houses get sold, and I have a Vacasa house 3 doors down from me, and I have everything that Jan was describing going on with the cars, all of that. They've got the pool, they've got it all. And so when the house is, though, a private person, because, you know, Mayor, when your house gets sold, I'm sorry, but your basement will be converted, you know? So that's the one flaw in what you said. I mean, I empathize with you. I've heard, you know, you speak before on the thing for the storage. My house up in North Wilmington in the municipality of Bellefonte is an old house from the 1920s, and we have Brandywine blue granite foundations. We have pre-code, we're a pre-code house. We have very low ceilings. Our cellar has, you know, what Jan described. It's got the water heater, it's got the furnace, it's got my washing machines and all of that. That's all, and a lot of junk on old kitchen tables and everywhere else. But, you know, it's for storage, it's for those utilities and washing machine. It does not have finished walls. It does not have finished ceiling. It's got the big old beams, and you see the Brandywine blue granite. So, you know, I guess personally, it's a real problem, and I just want to point out the flaw in what this man is saying is the worry is when the house gets resold. The original builder or homeowner might have all good intention, and that's going to disappear, you know, in the next time that house is sold. So I guess I still am, to me, some kind of way about it. If it's high enough to live in, it should count in the FAR. And then maybe there could be some cutting or allowance for a partial space that houses, you know, that is there intended to house the equipment and the washer and dryer and that. But I just think if you raise the ceiling, it will be converted.
Thank you, Francis. And I would say that it doesn't have to wait to be sold to be converted, that there are many, many people that have the intention to live in there full time and find out how lucrative the rental market is and change to that.
What does happen in that case?
Anybody else? So
what does happen in that case? Do you just roll the dice and say, I'll get fined, but then I keep my space? If we find...
I think that is the case from what I've been hearing, that it's so lucrative, the risk of converting it is...
You take the risk and pay the fine, and then you still are able to use it.
And the number of times that we find individuals is, you can count on one hand, I think.
Well, I want to come to that in a minute. I've been giving more thought to, I want to come back to that, but giving more thought to maybe we need a different dynamic here. Maybe we need to consider something out of the box, such as all basements are minimum of habitable height, all of them. And then you convert your FARs to include all basements. But if you have a basement, it's this FAR. And if you don't have a basement, it's this FAR. Remember, the FARs, from my recollection, were created to control the bulk or the mass of a house.
Correct.
So I don't know that we care that much how much the basement contributes to bulk if it's below ground. But if we do have a minimum height such that it's included in a revised FAR for houses with basements, then if they want to convert 100% of the basement to living space, they can.
And maybe 300 or 400 square feet for mechanicals. Maybe that's where the oil tank is, the furnace, the HVAC, and that's not included.
and maybe there's some minimum requirements. I know now, I don't know the code, well, you require egress windows, even for an unfinished basement.
That's the
My
big-
recollection is,
Yes, Mayor.
in case people should illegally convert, then at least they have a safety feature there, correct? So maybe we refine some of the criteria for basements. If you're going to put in a basement, you must have outside egress via 1 or 2 egress windows, a Bilco door. I'm just thinking off the top of my head that, again, your conditions 1 and 3 recommendations, I think we can address, but that middle one, I think, needs a little more thought, perhaps outside the box.
So, Mayor, with your last statement, a little bit more thought outside the box, how will that actually take place? Because I'm sitting here writing myself notes saying, what are we trying to solve? And from what I'm listening to, I don't know that we have a consensus on, just your recent musings of maybe we do this, maybe we do that. I don't think we have a consensus so that you can do anything. So how would you want to go about that? We're not going to get it today, I don't think. So what would be the next step to try to get consensus from or a path forward from the commissioners?
Perhaps we need to come to a consensus of what is the problem. And for me, as stated by Corey, the objective is reducing the risk of non-habitable conversions. And the way I articulate it is reduction of illegal conversion into sleeping spaces. That's somewhat how I refine it. And I think that maybe looking at the FAR, maybe a minimum height where everybody is habitable, maybe those are ways to prevent illegal sleeping in basements. It's kind of, stand up.
So then are you proposing
Brian,
that if you...
Brian Berry is speaking.
Yeah, are you proposing that if you then do a basement and it's going to stay unfinished, that it's going to count as far?
That's the only way it can work. But I'm suggesting that if we do that, then you perhaps change the FAR ratio to allow for whether it's finished or unfinished. I don't know. I don't know.
If I may, when I first brought this presentation up today, I said it seemed to me to be 3 paths forward, because I live in this code and I do these reviews almost weekly. It seems like we have a path of 3 different ways forward here. We either keep the status quo, and I don't see anyone wanting that, and we don't change anything. We go with the route of allowing non-habitable basements, but then we have to put conditions under those, under that allowance. If we allow non-habitable spaces to be built, they can be under conditions X, Y, and Z. Or the third one is to cut the potential of non-habitable basements out completely, and I believe I heard that here today as well, to remove any form of non-habitable basement. And if you want to build a basement down below, it's going to be a minimum of 7 feet. Or you can adopt the definition of crawl space at 4 feet, so anything between 4 feet and 7 feet cannot be built anymore. You can't do it. It would never be approved. And that is a third option where it removes all risk. And then we would look at codes on how we would look at floor area ratio. Because right now we have the 1,000 square foot credit, and we could look at changing that or modifying those for houses with pools or without pools, and if they have basements. But once we entertain the idea of bringing back even a portion of the basement that would be used for certain purposes, we're right back now into allowing non-habitable basements in these spaces. So if we want to do that, the recommendation we put forward today was we would allow it under certain conditions, and those conditions would be as best as we could come to terms with for reducing the risk of those spaces being unlawfully converted. But if the risk is too great, and it sounds like people are going to finish them anyways, you know, that's why we put no electrical upgrades except in those spaces, and no drywall, no finished trim and all that, because to try to get all the electricals, to have an electrician go down there and rewire the whole basement, then to bring in, you know, panels of drywall. Drywall's very big, it's very heavy. And they half the time they have to take a crane almost and deliver it inside the house. If the house is already built, the only way to get into that basement is this tiny little window well. That's going to be a very difficult task for them to do.
But it is so lucrative.
Yes.
I guarantee you it will happen.
It seems
All
like
of
then
that.
we could
Electrics
cut
will
out
be
this
added,
altogether.
It will be gutted, electrics added, plumbing added, all this stuff, because it is so lucrative. Did you want to finish before I go back to the public?
Oh, no, it's okay.
Okay. No, I appreciate you. I think for me, we have more thinking to do, that's all. Go ahead.
Jan Conacy, 42 Oak Avenue. Why don't, if I'm going to make up a number, if 400 square feet takes care, if 400 square feet takes care of hot water heater, furnace, blah, 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 all of that, and storage, then why don't you allow a basement that's 500 square feet, say, that doesn't count, can't have a bathroom in it, but it gives a homeowner a place to put all their junk and all of their you know, things, like they have mechanical. And then the rest of it's just crawl space. It's not finished, it's not there, it's just a hole in the ground. We have it, and I know other people have that too. So you can't, you know, I don't think you should count your oil tank and your hot water heater and stuff in FAR. I have different feelings about washers and dryers. But certainly bathrooms should count. So if you just have a small basement for storage, half the size of what, if we allow 1,000, half the size, 500, and that's just storage. If you're going to put, if you have mechanical stuff, if you don't have it, if everything's outside, I don't know where geothermal goes. Does that go in the basement, or does it just go outside?
Is that in the basement? Yes.
So you still have places to put stuff, but you don't have the risk of having it being converted to non-habitable, I mean, to habitable space, because there isn't anything there but your mechanical stuff and room for storage. I mean, we have tons of storage in our, things stored in our basement because, you know, we had a tornado and we had to put the stuff there. Plus we have Christmas stuff and, you know, all that other things that people have. But we still, we don't even have 500 feet, and we still have space in the basement.
Thank you, Jan. I still am reticent to limit square footage, because I think people ought to be able to put that wine cellar or bicycle exercise equipment, their laundry room and things in the basement. Those all take space.
Good morning. Walter Brittingham, 123 Henlopen Avenue. I don't want to add or delete anything from this discussion. It's not been one of the things I'm very passionate about, but I've lived here a long time. And Virginia Avenue and First Street is the Royce property at number 34. To those of you that ride around or don't ride around, and you wonder whether they're going to move it, whether they're going to turn it, nope, they're going to raise it up and add a whole floor underneath. You think it's not worth it?
That's the southwest corner at Virginia at
Big white
First.
house up there, but it's worthwhile to have Davidson or whichever one's doing it. They're going to raise it up, add a whole new story underneath.
Thank you, Walter. So, did you want to say something else, Brian? Just Brian Berry, go ahead.
When you keep asking, you're referring to rentals, someone finishing for rentals?
For anything.
Okay.
For anything, yeah. I think there's a lot of options thrown out on the table today, and I'm not comfortable, other than suggesting we go for 1 and 3. But maybe we need to have this conversation and pause a little bit and have further analysis, because maybe what we do impacts 1 and 3. I don't know.
Corey, not to put you on the spot too much here, but if we were to consider eliminating the credit for FAR, for any amount, 1,000 or what have you, how would that impact these considerations that are before us right now?
If we were to eliminate the 1,000 square foot credit we currently have,
There would be no credit for basement FAR at all.
it would depend on, right now, we don't have any definition of crawl space. And these spaces, like everyone has repeated up here, are very lucrative. So where there's a will, there's a way. Everything would come in as a very enlarged crawl space, I imagine. If they can't continue to do these basements, it would be done in a different way, because the floor area ratio is sought more above ground. But these are, right now it's lucrative because you can get it kind of for free. You can build a very large space down there. If we did away with the 1,000 square foot credit, that would do away with the basements themselves being excluded with that credit. But I think that unless we were to adopt a definition of crawl space and have that delineation between the basement and the crawl space to set those ceiling heights in place, we would get inundated with floor plans that have basements, crawl spaces that are very large.
So if we were to then, as you suggest, define crawl space as 48 inches maximum, and also include some type of life safety, smoke detector, carbon dioxide, what have you, to that. So if we're not, we use the frame to reduce the aspect of illegal basements. My phrase would be eliminate as opposed to reduce. So if we were to do that, and people are going to convert these spaces or what have you, so if we were to create these spaces as safe below-ground bedrooms, what would that take?
If we wanted to do away altogether with non-habitable basements and really just have these portions underground be built, then we would want to say that we would want to write it in our not only our definitions but our zoning code too, that we would include it in the definition here of basement, that if you were to build a basement, that it would have to have a ceiling height of a minimum of 7 feet.
Right.
And a crawl space would be anything other than a basement, and that would have a maximum height of 4 feet. And we would put an automatic fail and plan review of any plans that came in that had a basement height or crawl space, whatever you'd want to call it, height between 4 feet and 7 feet, and that all goes away. But then we would be left with working with the 1,000 square foot credit, or we could come back and see if we could revise that credit in a different way.
Well, I think as Ms. Connesy had mentioned, that 1,000-foot credit, the intent, if I remember correctly, of that was to reduce bulk and mass, so people would build underground, if you will, as opposed to a larger home. That, just from my personal observation, is not the reaction that is happening, is not the result of the intent of that 1,000 square feet credit. So if we've talked up here and we've heard it from others that people are not going to convert. I would never convert, but when the house is sold, it will be converted. So people are going to do that because it's so lucrative. So why should we not create that safe space, habitable basement space, eliminating the 1,000 square feet, defining crawl space, put in life safety precautions, exit aspects to provide this, but at a safe manner, and also look at rental code enforcement, and also a different perspective on the amount of the cost of a rental license. And to me, all of those figure into this bottom line, what we're trying to get to. And you talk about reduction, I think we should say eliminate, because that we have been very fortunate not to have any deaths because of fire, either in the basement or attics or converted garage apartments or what have you. But those days are coming just because of the bulk and volume that we turn over in rentals in this town. And I think, again, Ms. Connesy mentioned we got to look at our town, what our needs are and what we're trying to do. So again, that approach to me to me personally, is the way we should do it. Because there's always somebody smarter out there that's going to figure a way around something. But if you build it so that this is the requirement, you can basically do what you want in there, but it is a safe space for habitation. I mean, does that make any kind of sense, or?
That would. That was our original recommendation, was for the elimination of these spaces. When we reached out to certain entities within the city, it seemed like there still was a desire to keep, the reason why they did the 2006 ordinance was to have a free storage space. So this recommendation took that into account to see if there would be still a way that we could keep, the city could keep a free storage space down in these basements, but take away the risk. And you're right, all we can do is to try to reduce it. But as lucrative as these are, that may not be possible. And we would eliminate it. If we did eliminate it, it would come at the cost of the free storage space in the basements going away altogether.
Well, but you look at that decision was made 17 years ago. And as I say, if I remember it correctly, the intent was to reduce the bulk and the mass of the building. Again, for me driving around, walking around, riding my bike, I don't see that has been effective. There are still the larger homes. We all talk about larger homes. The phrase McMansion has kind of died away, but that's still being built. So let us rethink that in the sense that, yeah, people would like storage space, but in 2006, I don't think there was a great call for Peloton bikes or wine cellars or anything of that nature. Today there is. So let us provide those opportunities for the builders and the residents that want them, but in a safe manner. I just...
Yeah. So under your proposal, then they'd be counted as FAR then?
Yes.
Right.
So Commissioner Gossett, for my very simple mind, would that mean that all floors are considered like any other floor?
Yeah.
Yes.
I mean, that to me is the essence of this, that no matter where it is, all the floors play by the same rules.
Right.
Okay.
But don't you feel in the past several years or whatever, however far you want to go back, that we've created a number of structures that don't meet, they're bigger than what FAR is allowed. If you're going to basically take the give back away, then suddenly it bumps a number of houses to being, non-conforming. And then what do you do?
They're 4,000 square foot houses.
Right.
You're getting 1,000 below, and you're putting 3,000 on top, right?
Right.
Plus you get a porch.
Right.
Another
I mean, obviously, we can move forward and try to restrict this, or obviously prevent people from making the house big on top, so to speak. But then what do you do with what would be? I mean, I'm just saying that this is what's the consideration then for people to basically get it basically allowed to have a house that's 1,000 feet bigger than it should have been.
Well, I think it forces the homeowner or the builder to decide what's important.
Right.
Do you want to have the space up top if you've got 3,000?
Well, that's what I'm saying. I mean, that's what I'm getting at. I mean, right. if you're eliminating the FAR give back, but then because I just think we probably created houses like the houses that are basically are being converted, obviously it's an abuse. But then we're going to sanction it, and then you got bigger houses. I'm mostly concerned. My first order of what I want to see is I'm concerned about the safety. Somebody's going to have like a heater that's going to got a bunch of kids in a basement. It doesn't even have to be in the summer, and then we have like a tragedy take place, and it's like, oh, we should have known this was going to happen or whatever. So that's why I know as much as we keep saying we don't want to have any kind of inspection or anything. I think for that reason alone, I think we have to have some kind. It may not be annual or whatever, or maybe just do it for rental license houses. Where it's probably more likely that you're going to have that kind of situation arise. But that's the first thing, and then it's like redefining the FAR aspects, and then try to figure out some other way that there's some kind of making this thing fair. I don't know. But I mean, to me, it's a multiple faceted issue.
Can we do this? Evan, do you think Mary Ellen and Corey, you all have enough information from this conversation here where you could do some further analysis and come back to us at the April workshop? That gives you 3 weeks to see if you want to come up with anything else. Would that be amenable to the commissioners?
Yes, but I don't want, I mean, Corey's been working on this for a year, and I do think we need to define basement thoroughly. We need to define crawl space. I think there's a lot of things that you presented today that I think I'm in agreement with in terms of definitions. I think it's just this issue about the basement and whether it's habitable or whether we eliminate non-habitable and have it count to FAR. To me, that's what's on the table.
And my suggestion earlier was that we have this conversation, but they also look at recommendations 1 and 3 to see if we can act on them without finalizing this conversation. I mean, if you're ready to go and you don't think that
The 1 and 3 is 1 and 3 are the definitions, and what was 1 considered?
Because we may change the definition of crawl space to eliminate that one section if the entirety of the basement is going to be counted in FLAR regardless.
I have to ask a question. Sorry. This whole conversation revolves around zoning code, right? And doesn't that trigger just a completely different process?
Opens public hearings.
Yeah, but we need something, a foundation to start with.
I got you.
Yeah.
But my question is, based on our track record of how quickly we do things, wouldn't it behoove us to make some interim changes here now and then continue to work on what is it that we, the commissioners, really want? I don't want to see this turned over to staff with, do you have enough information, you know, to move forward? I would go back to my office and I would say, well, I still don't know what the commissioners really want. And as you point out, we've been working for, I don't know how long, Corey, and I apologize for all of this on behalf of the city. But it just seems like to me we need to make forward progress, keeping in mind we can make other more deliberate and vast changes on a different timeline. Am I off base on this?
I would not agree to that. I would rather go this other path forward, analyzing FAR and other opportunities.
So you want to get nothing done, Mayor? I want to, for today.
That's below the belt.
No, for today. You don't want to move anything forward for today.
No.
You do not.
No, but the purpose, the request is that if we were to consider these 3 commissioner help options, that then these directions would be taken back, and building and licensing will work with city manager and council to prepare draft legislation that would bring these into existence. To me, that's moving forward and making some staff movement forward. I too agree with Commissioner Sharp that the progress made at establishing FAR and reestablishing FAR, and that brings in the number of parking spaces and et cetera, is just, we'll never get to an answer. That would be continually kicking this can. So I would agree to all of these 3 conditions here that are commissioner help conditions, instruct the staff to move forward on and bring us back legislation that we can discuss in the very near future, or whatever the time frame is between building and licensing and council can prepare this. Again, I think we need to make forward movement here. And sure, there's always going to be a question. And I'm king of the weeds here and this kind of stuff, but I just think that these issues that have been brought forward and studied quite a bit and an individual that is on the ground dealing with this every day feels that this is the best way to approach this for the time being, not for the time being, for the time ahead of us now. And there may be other issues that I brought forward about eliminating FAR, reducing FAR, what have you, but this recommendation request here is how we need to move forward and make a difference.
Well, how many want to go that route? You do, probably.
I do.
Anybody else?
Yeah.
You don't need my opinion, but you know what my opinion is, so we'll go that direction then.
Wait a minute. Patrick, you want to move forward. Bunky, I saw your head nodding, but I heard no words.
Yes.
And Tim, did you weigh in?
I'm in agreement with what Commissioner Gossett said.
In the spirit to move forward, yes, but I still think for me, I'm not comfortable with number 1 overall.
Okay.
But I do believe we need the definitions. But
And along that line, I don't want to nitpick here, but if you'd go back to recommendations for concern number 3, define habitable basement and non-habitable basement, and maybe council and you will review this, but to me, having the term, and it says basement habitable, a basement, to have the defined term within the definition is problematic for me. So if you were to look at some other language of a below grade area with or without flooring or wall finishes containing a ceiling height of 7 feet or more measurable from floor to ceiling. In other areas, we've used that term floor joist. So as floor to floor joist, again, to be as clear as possible. I would just feel more comfortable, and I think that the applicant or individuals, it gives more definition or specific. Because again, to use the term that we're defining within the definition, I think that's not going the right way.
If I may, that was done on purpose, only for that these terms, basement habitable, basement non-habitable, would come directly after this term here, so that they would know that it was a basement and not a crawl space. We could have the basement defined, and
As
then a
long as
crawl
there's a
space.
logical progression, that's fine. Just looking at these isolated, that's what came
I
to
should have
mind.
put and when we come back, we'll have the map, we can have a master list of, that would have the word basement and then the 2 delineations of that basement.
Great.
And just to help clarify me, maybe Alex can help with this. If we were to draft an ordinance and commissioners only liked certain pieces, it would be certainly within their rights to strip away certain portions, and then we could work with other portions of it.
Yeah, that is true. This would be an amendment to the zoning code, so public notice would be required in the form of a public hearing. And if the ultimately adopted ordinance changes, the public notice is sufficient if the adopted ordinance is less restrictive than what was advertised. That's what the courts have said, but we can't add additional restrictions onto what is advertised.
Yeah, but most likely, before we get to that point, though, I would imagine, this group would hear it and
I don't
make
want
amendments.
to get ahead of ourselves either and draft an ordinance for the April workshop meeting. So my expectation would be the April workshop meeting, it would be another presentation, rehashing a lot of the discussion that happened today, draft definitions, something to consider to put into a draft ordinance instead of putting a lot of effort into a draft ordinance for April only to have it change for the regular meeting.
Would commissioners be okay with us, if in the April workshop, proposing 2 separate paths? One kind of today, which is that non-habitable basements may exist under conditions, and the other one, Commissioner Goss, how you said to take a total elimination route, and that would strip away all of this and only leave the 7-foot basements and above, and that
However we
those 2
accomplish
paths
it,
could be
to me,
looked
it
at.
would be to make a safe, habitable, below-ground room, in the sense that, we're talking about people are going to convert this or come back after the fact or what have you. To me, that is where we need to make the break. That going forward, you can do whatever you want down there because it's going to be a safe space.
I think I've got a good grasp on those 2 paths.
Right, yes.
All right. Sounds good. You think? Thank you very much, Corey. You did put a lot of effort, and it shows.
Appreciate it.
Just not a easy topic, is it? Did you want one more comment?
Yes, I just want to
Name?
remind, Jan Conacy, 42 Oak Avenue. I just want to remind Commissioner Markert that half the stuff in town is illegal if you go by today's code. Things get grandfathered. Code changes all the time, and things get grandfathered in. So if you were to take away non-habitable basements and take away the exemption from FAR for basements, then everything that exists now would be grandfathered in. Now, if it's illegal now, and had been illegally converted, and the city developed some kind of inspection and determined that, it wouldn't be grandfathered. But, houses are grandfathered, from previous codes until changes are made.
Right.
And then they lose their grandfathering.
Well,
So-
when I'm saying grandfathering, I'm really meaning that for whatever justification, if we suddenly, make any basement habitable, you're going to create. I don't know what the consequences of what that's going to be.
Existing non-conforming.
It'd be
It's
existing
not
non-conforming. It'd be
but you-
legally
but
non-conforming.
we're going to basically say it's okay. It's okay to exist. We're not going to tear the house down. You know
No,
what I mean?
but you
Yeah,
never
yeah,
do. You
right.
never do. You have existing or legally non-conforming.
Right.
However, the caveat is, if a lot of these were converted illegally, that's a whole different matter. If we can prove, and we can prove by what they requested when they built, and if we ever enforce and inspect, then they wouldn't be grandfathered if it was an illegal conversion.
But that's what I'm saying. Then what?
Well, you don't have anything to do with it. How about the guy that converted the whole third floor of his house into bedrooms, and the kids told the neighbors about it? That's how they knew. What happened to him?
Revoke a rental license.
You've revoked the rental license, and they can't do it anymore.
But that's what I'm saying.
But that's up to you guys to decide.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right.
Thank you. Anybody else for the public? All right, we're going to conclude this and move on to the next item of business, which is to discuss adjusting the parking citation time frame to appeal from 30 days to 7 days. This is not written down. It's for oral introduction.
Thank you, Mayor. So the commissioners will recall that this topic was actually included as part of a presentation made by the parking department at the end of the season. Again, the recommendation that we're putting forth is to reduce the time frame to appeal parking violations from 30 days to 7 days. This is a workshop meeting, so again, we just wanted to get some guidance from the commissioners in terms of whether or not that is something you would like us to pursue in a draft ordinance that could come before you potentially as soon as the March regular meeting. And so, again, really just would like some guidance from the commissioners on whether this is something you would like us to pursue for this summer. Obviously, we've had a lot of discussion about the parking and traffic study that's ongoing, a lot of discussion about postponing some of the decisions as it pertains to parking until we receive the final report from Rossi Group. That presentation will be the April workshop meeting. So if you'd like a little bit more time to digest this topic and bring it back in April for consideration, not this upcoming summer, but the following summer, we could certainly do that. June Embert, the parking supervisor, and Judge Renee Bennett are here to answer any questions you might have about appeals. But again, the recommendation was to take it from 30 days down to 7 days. Again, I think one of the big rationales is often, appeals that we are getting are for people who have received an escalation. They want to appeal the escalation after the 7 days. We also think that 30 days is just far too long. We'll get appeal requests last minute. At that point, it's 28 days. So we're acting on those appeals. So again, to try and address those citations and those appeals promptly, the recommendation is to allow the appeal window to take place within the first 7 days of citation issuance. That also corresponds with our first escalation window, so they would have the opportunity to appeal before the escalation takes place. So with that, we'll take any questions you might have.
Is the appeal in writing, or is it a verbal?
It is, I guess the appeal can be done written and in person? No?
Judge Bennett?
Yes,
Go ahead.
Thank you. So the appeals are done online. I know that they do let people do a written appeal. There, once in a great while, is somebody that can't use a computer. I don't think last year we might have had one at the most. And that takes a lot more time, because then you have to send them, they have to send paperwork back and forth. So everything is done. Once in a great while, we do have in person. Someone just wants to come in and be in person to say what, their reasoning is. And I don't think last year we didn't have any of those. So they're all done online availability.
And from a resource standpoint, is 7 days in season when you have probably more of these, does that put a strain on your resources? Would 10 days be helpful, or you're comfortable with 7?
I think I'm comfortable with the 7, just because I think there would be less appeals, because as Evan had just said, people go on, and in 7 days the amount goes up. They go in to pay it, and they're like, wait, this has gone up, and so they do an appeal. So I think my opinion is that there would be less appeals, not a majority, but there would be those less appeals that they're only appealing the increase. They're not appealing why they got the ticket.
Right.
It's just the increase, so those wouldn't be appealed at all. So,
just a quick review of some of the other citation or appeal timeframes. There are some that are seem to be 7, but there seem to be a lot that are 10 days. Does 7 versus 10 make any difference to you?
As to here in the city?
Yeah.
I don't know what are 10 days.
No.
Yeah, all parking is what it is. Now, when you get on the other end of criminal, and that's different.
That's what I was.
That's what you're thinking. Okay, that's all a totally different.
7 day. Okay.
That's a 30-day. Yeah.
Well, for me, this is a staff recommendation. It coincides with the first escalation time frame, and I think for me, I would like to move forward with it.
I agree.
I also agree. And I would also like to add, if we could have as part of the end of season reports in October or November, sort of results of what impact this had, if any, as the number of appeals reduced, increased.
So that's 3 of us. Bunky, can you articulate something?
Yes.
Yes, thank you.
Agree with you.
Thank you. Thank you.
That will be on the March regular meeting then.
Thank you.
Thank you. With that, we're next on the agenda is discuss structure of committees, including proposal to sunset 5 existing advisory committees and replace with a single generalist advisory committee. Commissioner Sharp, please.
Yes, in the interest of time, I am not going to go over the three of the 4 support documents because they've been on our agenda since November. So I won't go over those documents. If you've read them by now, you know what we're talking about. If you haven't read them, you've got every opportunity to do so, including the graphic that shows exactly what we're talking about that I think everybody has seen. My homework from the last meeting was to reach out to the Rehoboth Beach Homeowners Association because I had talked about them in the lower right-hand corner of subject matter experts, that they might be a resource for the city if we wanted to coordinate events or anything else with the Rehoboth Beach Homeowners Association. So I talked to Pam Baker, and she took it to her board, and I got a note back from her on February the 11th that the Rehoboth Beach Homeowners Association is, I'll just summarize this, interested and enthusiastic about being part of the discussion of how this could work and part of the execution if we decide to do something like this on an ongoing basis. Part of their discussions included being a partner, being a resource, and they thought there's an opportunity here to be more efficient and responsive to the commissioner's priorities. Now, whether or not we actually land on this graphic is still an ongoing discussion, as I think everyone understands. So I was very heartened to hear from the homeowners association that at a minimum, they want to stay engaged, they want to be enthusiastic about how they could play a part. Also, in our last meeting, Commissioner Bennett talked about and was offering to take a look at the priorities that the commissioners, we had spent so much time back when we, I think it was early 2023?
January 2023.
January 2023. Giving some thought to exactly what are our priorities, what were our, we actually went in and ranked them, and he took his time and effort to put this fourth comprehensive development plan priorities listing together so that we could have a little bit of a conversation today on whether or not these priorities are actually gaining traction and do they or do they not fit into our current structure. So, Commissioner Bennett?
Yes, thank you, Commissioner Sharp. So the Evan was kind enough to send me over the working document that the city was using based upon the CDP priorities, and Commissioner Gossett had also sent me his, and no surprise, they were a little bit different. In terms of ranking, and they were off by a couple dates. But so what I did is I picked the top 15 rather than the top 10. Excuse me, the top 10. That way, it included every single priority that we had listed, and the little initials against each of these commissioner priorities was the number one pick of that particular commissioner. And interestingly, none of us picked the same thing for number one. We each had a different number one priority. And where this was important, as we were discussing last time, was with the advent of Reach Out Rehoboth and the discussion of keeping that alive and making sure that we don't just have people and citizens interact with that and we do nothing about it, was to also look at what our priorities were. And quite frankly, I was surprised when I revisited this, because I don't think we've looked at it since we did or at least I haven't, since we did the priorities. And then the discussion was, do these match up from resources, city resources, and or our committee structures, and how would we assign those to the different committees? The only one I do believe on here of the 15 that has actually been implemented is the traffic analysis. I know we've been working on zoning maps. Most of these things, shockingly to me, are all zoning related. And so if you scroll through, what I then did of the top 15 is I had assigned them to the different committees' structures as they are now. So for instance, animal issues, of the top 15, there were none. Beach and boardwalk, there were none. Environment committee, there were two things, and I thought they could overlap with trees and green infrastructure in some cases. Streets and transportation was the traffic analysis. And green infrastructure, again, some of those I thought could overlap. So what that left us with, though, is the vast majority of items that are put upon the shoulders of the city staff and not related to any of our committee structure as it is. So as I spoke to Commissioner Sharp, I thought maybe this is a way. I know there was some discussion here about not totally eliminating the committees, but maybe this is an opportunity for us to say, do we have the right committees currently, or do we perhaps redefine some of those so that some of these priorities could be looked at or worked in to this new committee structure, rather than putting all of these things plus Reach Out Rehoboth onto city staff. So that's a quick synopsis of where I am on this.
Thank you for putting it together.
Question, if I may. Thank you for the information. Of this, under Commissioner priorities assigned or placed into current city committee structure that you have done, this is your evaluation of what those committees could work on, or this is what the committees are currently working on?
No, this was what, based upon our Commissioner 15 priorities, this is where they would fall under the current committee structure.
So none of these committees necessarily are working on any of these issues.
I believe the only one that I understood, and I could be wrong, but I believe Streets and Transportation has been involved in the traffic study and the traffic analysis, which is what we're working with the Rossi Group.
Right.
But
And
that's the only thing, I
I
believe.
think what it really illuminates is that our priorities, as we selected them, they didn't really go anywhere. So to have an expectation that our priorities, with the exception of reach out, because the improvement of two-way communication between the city and all constituents, that is reach out.
Right.
So the rest of it seems to be, to me, to be somewhat depressing, that all of the work and time we put into putting these priorities together, what's missing is an appropriate handoff. So something's wrong somewhere. Either we're approaching our priorities in a fashion that they're never going to come to fruition. Therefore, what's the point? Or our structure is such that it needs overhaul because we're not really advancing the priorities unless there's something certainly that I do not understand.
Right, and that's where I think the conflict for me a little bit was in this, is that if in this, we've all decided as a group that for the committees going forward, we were going to look at topics and recommend whether they would be on their agendas or not. And so if these are our priorities, they just don't fit into the current committee structure. If we adhere to that, to say, well, these are the 15 things or the 10 things that we feel are important, you're not, very few of the committees, if any, would be tasked with any of this, which may be fine. We may decide that's fine. The committees can do something else. But in terms of addressing the CDP priorities, which we all felt were important, and with making sure that Reach Out Rehoboth just doesn't become a place to die, quite frankly, something goes in there and it doesn't get looked at. This may be an opportunity for us to look and figure out if the committees, maybe it's a hybrid of what we're currently doing, but I think we wanted to put it on the table in terms of letting everybody see this is where the current state of our priorities are and where the committees would fit into those.
Well, my recollection of the process is that when Lawrence came on right at the time that we were prioritizing these, and my recollection is that we handed them all off to him.
Right.
And several times I tried to get it back on the agenda to give us status reports and everything, and he ended up leaving. We never got that far. But right or wrong, I've been assuming that these are all in his hand and that he would be reaching out to whoever, whether it was a committee or to us or to his staff, to try to implement these. And of course, I don't think he was intending to do all 15, or it was 10, wasn't it?
No, and some of,
all at the same time.
right, and I think some of them, as Commissioner Sharp mentioned, number 8, Reach Out Rehoboth, certainly satisfies that with improving the communication. I believe we're still waiting for Commissioner Gossett's favorite topic of a zoning map, updated zoning map.
Yeah.
So there are a number of things on there that I know are ongoing, but a lot of it is zoning based or code based.
Right.
And I don't know where that falls in, or is it just simply we're going to rely on city staff to do that?
Well, and this graphic was predicated in the largest circle at the top of Board of Commissioners setting the priorities. And if these are our priorities for any structure, we don't have whatever we need in order to make something happen. And I'll put the mayor on the spot for a second, because I absolutely loved your number 1 priority, Mayor, which was number 13 here, to evaluate and create a committee for historic designation and city preservation regulations. Because I don't think since you eliminated that as your first priority, I don't think we've taken even a baby step forward.
No, but let's be mindful that we identified the top 10, really. I think, for that exercise.
Well, yeah, but
so I lost out, if you will.
Well, but I think one
but
thing
the,
that,
the question is still the same.
right.
Whether I pick that one or review,
Architectural review procedure.
yeah, I mean, you could pick anyone and say, what did we expect to happen? And I don't think we can solve it here today, but this is the most illuminating and as I said before, depressing thing for me, that our priorities either need to be managed differently, need to be structured differently. Something is not quite aligned to go forward. Commissioner Gossett?
Two things. Mayor, you when you were referencing about assigning to the city manager, you used the word assumed. And I think we all use that too frequently. There is no protocol or procedure of how these are acted upon. Also, we talk about these are our priorities. We also must remember that all of these came from the CDP, which was developed by the Planning Commission, which was based on quite a few public hearings and information gathering, surveys done, what have you. So these are our priorities, but they really come from our community. So I don't want to get the point of that these are our priorities. There are community priorities that we have put into a pecking order, if you will.
Well, and I think it was our role to take those priorities and push them somewhere.
Correct.
So that something happened. And I'm very proud of the fact that my number one priority was the two-way communication. And it has wound up in a circle here that I did not anticipate, entitled Reach Out. However, what's not working yet to its maximum is Reach Out is no longer being championed, I'll put it that way, I don't think, by any of the commissioners as a collective group. It's become a staff responsibility, I would say, with no real direction. We should do this in the first quarter, this in the second quarter. These are the hot topics we want feedback from. It almost feels like to me that we don't have a consensus that we want Reach Out to be successful. I don't think that's necessarily the case, but I don't think we're operating as if we want Reach Out to be a success. And it's just an example of how everything on this list, are we acting as if we want these things to be handled timely, to be successful, and to be in the best interest of the community and the CDP? And it's not a criticism, I think it's just a fact of looking in the mirror that I mentioned last time to really assess the way we're structured, the way we go about things, are they successful? And I think this document speaks for itself. Just my opinion.
Under Commissioner Sharp, under your idea of the generalist committee that we initially talked about, would Reach Out Rehoboth be considered, for lack of a better word, a committee or the generalist committee, meaning that it would take whatever comes in at Reach Out Rehoboth and handle it, whatever, I'm being very 30,000-foot view on it.
Yes,
But, yeah.
even 100,000 foot, because I go back to the arrows on this graphic. The arrows go both ways. So the responsibility, even if it were to turn out to be a Reach Out committee, as we continue to dissect all of this, their responsibility would be to work in connection with the commissioners via the CDP to determine what is it that we should be asking, how should we be asking it. It's all about messaging. What do we want this to be and how we're going to get it from an infancy stage right now to a bit more substantive as we move forward. And I would be asking any kind of group on this particular topic to help define how to make this more integrated into how our citizens believe they can communicate with us easily.
Could you read item D, please, what the subject is? Discuss committee, structure of committees. So what steps would you recommend from here?
Well, that's the hardest part, I think, at this moment. I honestly don't know, Mayor. I want to keep this if people want to really digest this. I want to keep it on our workshop agendas. It doesn't have to be, a long discussion each time, because what I'm struggling with right now is the disconnect. I call this a disconnect between the fourth support document that we've got and the way that we're structured. And now the question really becomes, if you feel we are structured correctly, then you really need to step up and defend that. Because everything that is public here and everything I'm experiencing says to me that we need to make changes that we can all support to advance the things that are important to our constituents, the CDP, et cetera.
Well, then, let me put it on the April workshop agenda, and we'll continue the discussion.
Would there be merit in, Commissioner Sharp, in developing the citizens group, as your bubble out spec here, to, between now and that point, bring together representatives from the list that you have to talk this out?
Well, I forgot to tell you what my next step is. I had agreed with Pam Baker, president of RBHA, that after this discussion today and the new support document, that I would attend her board meeting of RBHA on the 9th of March and talk out with the board where we are, some of our observations, some of our agreements, disagreements, whatever, and try to get a feel for how they see moving from where we are now to another iteration. So that's my homework for this Saturday.
And from that meeting, if you were to determine, if you will, pros and cons of the concept of a citizens group, if you were able to distill that into, if you will, a questionnaire that then could be distributed to the groups that you have listed here, that if the president or whoever the leader of those groups are, to get their input in writing, if you will, or phone conversations or, coffee or what have you. But again, just to get, we talk about our ability and capacities to do things. Would these organizations also have the capacity or interest or within their charge of the organization to partake in something like this? Just if their roles are viable to do that. I'm just curious to know that. We've made this list, but I don't think we've have had any contact with any representatives from those organizations to kind of further explore, or have we?
The only one thus far is RBHA.
RBHA, and I think that's
because of their size.
Exactly,
Yeah.
I think that's the place to start. But based on your reactions again, or discussions from that conversation at the board meeting, perhaps then, again, going out to the rest of these, or a selected few of these organizations, just to see what their role is, or if there's capacity or interest or type of thing.
I will do that, and I can report at the April meeting, because I'm really very candid about this. If you feel this is a non-starter, at some point we're going to have to put a stake in the ground and say we are satisfied with the status quo. or do something different. I'm open to either. So we'll just keep going.
Well, and you know I'm reluctant to support it fully right now, but,
Well, at some point, we're going to have to
yeah.
land the plane here. Because I wrote this agenda item report on October 30th, and I'm going to keep coming back to this, that there were 3 courses of action at that time: the status quo, additional information, or the commissioners decide to move forward with the only option that's been put forward yet, which is this one. So if you have any passion around this, I'll know it. If you don't have any passion around this, I'll know that as
All
well.
right. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Let's go to the members of the public. Anybody like to speak up on this? Name and relationship to the city?
Carolyn Diefendorfer, city resident. I said this at the last one. I'm going to say it again. Over the last year, you all kicked off all the outsiders from the committees. Aside from Country Club Group and Rehoboth Beach Homeowners Association, none of those other groups have a requirement for only in-town residents or property owners to participate. I think you need to keep that in mind, because you know, while they're located within the city limits, they don't not let people volunteer if they live outside there. That's one thing. The other thing I'm going to point out is when you look at some of those things, those committees, they can't take up those items without guidance. And you're missing a very critical piece in all of this with city manager. Evan is doing a phenomenal job doing his job and acting as city manager, but without the city manager, you're not going to get anywhere on some of this stuff. So I think that needs to be kept in mind when you say none of this is happening. The other thing I'll just mention is, as you pointed out some of those things, to me, they look like things that could be assigned to a task force. To me, a committee gives a committee has life to it. Those, like looking at the land use or looking at the zoning code for incompatible items, that's a task force with guidance from departments that use it every day. So, thank you.
Thank you, Carolyn.
If I could just add one thing too, Mayor, just because I feel the need to chime in. I don't want there to be this feeling that the staff is not making any progress on a lot of these things that the city manager was tasked with. I mean, we every day are continuously making improvements towards these items with land use codes. I mean, you'll recall we've talked about off-street parking requirements with Wallace Montgomery is continuing to work on that. We recently added the definition of awning signs. We had the presentation today on basements. The stormwater management plan, we just received a grant for that, so we received the notice to proceed on that. The city codes and regulations to eliminate ambiguous language. We did the personnel code changes today. We've also been working on the site plan review, and then you also later in today's agenda will be Chapter 215. Mixed-use zoning classification is something that Mary Ellen continues to work on with the Planning Commission as well as Wallace Montgomery. Two-way communication, Lynn is working on, obviously, Reach Out Rehoboth, but also the new city website project, which has been a huge time commitment. The city impact fees, I just gave notice to proceed last week to begin developing a fee schedule, which would largely help improve the way that we review and update the impact fees. The architectural review procedure, Mary Ellen and I think is part of a larger scope, but that goes back to a discussion we had many months ago about the residents using public space and what do we want that to look like, what do we want to allow, what don't we want to allow, and again, we think that discussion fits well into the architectural review procedure, so we're talking about that. And then the impervious surface, it was not too long ago that Jay Legree was before you all and gave his thoughts on sort of the stormwater, the group, the task force, what their thoughts were, and again, that's part of the stormwater management plan. So that's just stuff that I could come up with off the top of my head right now. But again, we are making progress on a lot of these things. So largely, I think there's only been really 3 items on this list that we haven't made much progress at all on. But again, we're continuously trying to strive towards accomplishing these things every single day, so.
Well, that's where my failure to have Lawrence report or since then has come to its head. So yes, there's a lot that's been done. I think we need to be mindful too that in Lawrence's and now Evan's reports, almost on a weekly basis, they were referencing what accomplishments or how they address the CDP. So it has been on city managers' minds for quite a bit. Walter, do you want to say something on this topic?
Thank you. Walter Brittingham, 123 Henlopen Avenue. Did we just discuss D and as in dog?
Did we just discuss D, discussion of structure of
Is that what we
committees?
just did?
Yes.
Yeah.
Discuss structure of committees, including proposal to sunset 5 existing advisory committees and replace with a single generalist advisory committee. And you didn't discuss any of that.
Okay.
Sorry. The let me tell you a little bit about committees. There was no public input on Rehoboth Beach Patrol headquarters. You have transportation, and water and sewer. You have more consultants than you have local people that know the information, and you just go out and pay for it. Transportation, we heard, because we weren't told, that there was discussion about crosswalks, that there was discussion between the city administration and the state Department of Transportation. We heard nothing of the end of that. Then we heard that construction is going on come October, I think you said. We will maybe not hear about public housing this afternoon. The people are interested in that. They're talking about it. You can have lines in the sand and all that stuff, but we asked about the finishing of the 3rd floor. We asked about bidding procedures. 3 times I stood up there, and twice Kevin stood beside me. I said, are we going to do bidding procedures? And nobody spoke up. How much was it? When did we take on EDIS as construction manager?
Walter, is this related
No,
to
yes, it
committees?
is related. The problem is
Committees?
you did item D, but you didn't do it. And you don't want to know the last part of it, but you had budget sessions that came in with $3 an hour. Discussion was $3.50 an hour when it came out on the budget documents. And then, Mr. Mayor, you got quoted on television talking about $3.75 when it wasn't a public subject yet. And Evan, thankfully, spoke up and said you can't divide that easily by 2, and that was appropriate. And then other people made mention about, well, take it to 4 or 5. But there's a lack of transparency. There's a lack of demonstration to allow the residents the opportunity to speak. And it's a failure of the administration to close ongoing meetings. So if it's been going on for a year or so about Deauville, why did we know about that? We had Summer House.
Wrap it up.
I'm getting there really quick. So you had on the agenda, I'm sure Ann didn't put it on the agenda unless you said it specifically, and we're talking about Summer House, and there was encroachments. And then all of you, and you compromised your principles, and then you all voted the one time you had to get rid of the dumpsters off the street, and you didn't even mention it. There is no leadership, and the people are asking what's happening in Rehoboth. It's embarrassing. Oh, by the way, we finally found out that Alex was still sitting on the board. So how is a person that's improperly hired still sitting on the board, and you don't even know about it?
Thank you, Walter. Let's see. We're going to move on to the next topic, which is the first topic of new business. Discuss ratifying the November 6, 2023 action of the Commissioners appointing the City Solicitor. This is in response to a citizen complaint and the Attorney General's finding that we indeed violated the Freedom of Information Act and are required to ratify our earlier actions in public view. I'm not interested in pointing figures. If you need to, then point them at me. And also I want you to know that Alex is not involved in the complaint at all. I do want to read a few excerpts from the Title 29, Chapter 100, Freedom of Information Act. In part, the Declaration of Policy and Freedom of Information Act says, it is vital in a democratic society that public business be performed in an open and public manner so that our citizens shall have the opportunity to observe the performance of public officials and to monitor the decisions that are made by such officials in formulating and executing public policy. It also has open meeting statement that every meeting of public bodies shall be open to the public except in certain circumstances. It also says a public body may call for an executive session closed to the public pursuant to paraphrasing here, to one of 9 reasons that allow conducting a closed meeting. Also, it says a public body may hold an executive session closed to the public upon affirmative vote of a majority of members present at a meeting of the public body. The vote of the question of holding an executive session shall take place at a meeting of the public body, which shall be open to the public, and the results of the vote shall be made public and shall be recorded in the minutes. The purpose of such executive sessions shall be set forth in the agenda and shall be limited to the purposes listed in the section above, those one of 9 reasons. Executive sessions may be held only for the discussion of public business, and all voting on public business must take place at a public meeting and the results of the vote made public. Again, this is from Title 29, Chapter 100, Freedom of Information Act, and there are dozens more pages clarifying what the rules and regulations are for freedom of information. Freedom of information and transparency are very important to the mayor and commissioners and the city overall. As you know, agendas are posted to fulfill public notice requirements of FOIA and City Code. Support documents are made available. They're voluntary. They're not a FOIA requirement, something we do up and above requirements of FOIA and up and above what most of the municipalities do in Delaware. We provide support documents that are made available. Again, they're voluntary. They're not a FOIA requirement. They're above and beyond. We provide live streaming of public meetings and archived recordings. It's also not a FOIA requirement. It's something we do above and beyond. And we provide records upon request as allowed or required by Freedom of Information Act. The citizen complaint made through the state's Attorney General office is embedded in the agenda. And in part, the citizen complaint response from the Attorney General reads, it is the Attorney General's determination that the city mayor and commissioners violated Freedom of Information Act at the November 6, 2023 special meeting by holding a vote about selecting a new city solicitor without sufficient public notice and by failing to meet its burden to justify the discussions in the November 6, 2023 special meetings executive session about selecting a new city solicitor were proper under FOIA. Later in part from the Attorney General's response, it said none of the 3 cited purposes that were in the agenda, including the purpose of a personnel matter involving names, competencies, abilities of individual employees, applies to selecting a new city solicitor with an outside firm. Accordingly, we, the Attorney General's office, find the city's mayor and commissioners violated freedom of information in this regard. Right above the conclusion, it indicates that the deficiencies in this matter meant that the public did not have notice to attend and view the discussions about selecting a new solicitor. As such, the Attorney General's Office recommends that the Mayor and Commissioners discuss its reasons and ratify the vote related to the city solicitor in open session at a future meeting, after providing appropriate notice of the agenda item in accordance with FOIA statutes. That's how we got here today. Would like to indicate that while the Attorney General's made a recommendation, we're taking it seriously and adhering to that recommendation. We're also going beyond the Attorney General's recommendation, as we could conduct this ratification in one meeting, and instead we're doing it in two meetings, as has been typical protocol in the past, to introduce the subject at one meeting and voting at a next meeting. So again, we're doing two meetings instead of one. So here we are. I'm approaching it as if we're doing a fresh start on this topic. If anybody would like to start, they can. Otherwise, I will. Okay, well, then I'm going to.
Mayor, you're asking just for rationale?
Yeah, this is an introduction to the need for a new city solicitor and how and who do we want, and then at the March 15th meeting, I think, regular meeting,
Okay.
we would be ratifying the decision, which means we would be reconsidering the decision to appoint Alex as city solicitor.
I'll be happy to start.
You go ahead.
I think one of the things that's always most important to me is whether or not we are able to provide our city with a continuity of legal representation. One of the other items that I thought is very important is that since we had a previous city solicitor for, I think, 17, 18 years, it was important to me that we had an individual who had access to institutional knowledge. Also, I'm very heartened to see someone who has a fresh perspective come and join our team here in the city of Rehoboth, and also the ability to have time to assess if and when we need to go out to bid for these services. So those are my thoughts and my attitudes toward our new city solicitor, Alex.
Very good. Want to be mindful that we received a letter of November 2nd from Glenn Mandalis, then city solicitor, where he informed us of his intention to step down and recommended the city transition from himself to Alex, one of his associates. Prior to November 6th, Alec attended many meetings of the commissioners and Planning Commission, Board of Adjustment, Parks and Shade Tree Commission as an observer, where he gained knowledge of our government processes. And also, at some point, he started taking over some solo appearances, being groomed to step into city solicitor's position. After November 6th, when we had that one opportunity missed opportunity perhaps, to appoint him as city solicitor, from that point on, he has been the sole solicitor attending our meetings and acting on them. As such, I would consider elevating him and ratifying his appointment to the city solicitor. He's young and maturing. I think he's got a good learning curve, an ability to learn on the job. He's done a creditable job so far in the 4+ months as a full-time solo operations as city manager, city solicitor. He's already experienced, again, the solo performances at Board of Adjustment, Board of Commissioners workshop, Board of Commissioners regular meetings, Planning Commission, Parks and Shade Tree Commission meetings. He has the backing of Glenn, which I think is very important because of our benefit of Glenn's historic knowledge. He's also got the backing of Baird Dallas, which is a pretty big, respected agency firm in the area, and they've got a bunch of different persons on board in specializing in different categories. That will be beneficial to us. We benefit by not restarting with a new solicitor. Commissioner Sharp, you intimated that, and would be very comfortable with appointing or reappointing Alex, provided we prescribe a time for evaluation. Now, that could be determined. I would suggest that we do an evaluation of him at the 6-month mark, which based on the November 6th date of appointing him, would mean we would have an evaluation meeting in May 2024, if that's amenable to everybody. Those are my thoughts on where we are today. Anybody else?
Well, similar comments in my mind, but the thing that I believe is most important to me is that we haven't had an opportunity to see Alex in action, as you had mentioned, when he was observing in the audience, also participating in writing legislation to come forward, along with the city solicitor at that time, Glenn Mandalis. And during that period of time, I had the opportunity to work with Alex on several issues, and something that was paramount to me in moving forward once Mr. Mandalis informed us of his departure, that unlike many other attorneys that I have encountered in my years here, Alex has a municipal focus. Many of the other attorneys that dealing with are primarily land use, or which is very important, don't get me wrong, but very few, that is their focus. As where I have experience with dealing with Alex over this period of time is that there's a municipal focus and takes a look at the larger aspect of how legislation would impact not just land use, but across the board of what happens in the city. And I think that's a unique perspective to have, especially in today's litigious society that we are exposed to. So I think that the decision that was reached and to take the aspect to rectify, if you will, from the deficiencies expressed by the Attorney General, that this is the right move to make forward.
Thank you. Anybody else? You don't need to, but if you have anything else to say.
I'd just like to add that I think there's been some criticism, let's say, with regard to Alex's youth and implying that, inexperience means that he may not be capable of the job. And I would just say having him in the backdrop of us makes him appear to be younger than he is. So anyway, in any respect, I'd just like to say that the kind of job this is, I mean, I think law, as best as I can understand it, which is obviously limited, is an area of specialization where you want to get people who, can specialize in a certain area topic and all that kind of stuff. And this, obviously, there's a requirement for us, for him to have familiarity with municipal issues and so forth, which he has and is demonstrating. But it also requires a large variety of things, and I think some people are basically either interested or suited to that than others. And I feel, in my exposure to him and everything, that he is more not only capable but interested in the variety and sundry topics that we touch on a routine basis. So that's my feelings of Alex, and I'm very comfortable having him with us. So,
anything further?
I had one point of clarification based on the FOIA infractions. So when you had started the discussion, you made mention that we were almost starting again. Did I read that correctly? So with the idea that we would reevaluate in 6 months. So would that 6 months start when we have another vote? Or does it get retro back? That's my only question.
I would say it, for me, the timeline began November 6th.
Okay, so it wouldn't be when we take the vote? Okay. I concur with what the other commissioners have made.
All right, thank you.
comment on.
Anybody from the public? Nope. Yes, Francis. State your name.
Francis Kelleher, resident, and I'm sorry, I don't know about this matter, and I'm not really asking about, what the Attorney General seems to be weighing in on, the FOIA issue or violating. But anyway, my question is simple, is that, is it in the city SOPs or bylaws, whatever, that the city solicitor is appointed versus hired? So I'm just wondering about the spirit of, posting a job. But I'm asking a question. I don't know what the norm is, and I'm just wondering, because you don't often see appointments these days.
The city charter says the mayor and commissioner shall appoint.
Oh, gotcha. Okay.
Right.
So that's
right.
proper.
Because we wouldn't do the hiring anyhow. That would be this gentleman's task. Thank you, Francis. So again, we a little embarrassed that we do our best to try to follow Freedom of Information Act, and there's certainly a learning curve when it comes to the city solicitor in particular, that business generally has to be conducted out in the public. So we will revisit this at our March 15th regular meeting. With that, we'll go to the next item of business, which is discuss change of zoning request submitted by the owner of 60 Sussex Street, more particularly described as Sussex County map parcel number as noted in the agenda, also known as the location of a portion of the building occupied by the Cultured Pearl Restaurant. The owner requests a change in zoning of said property from R2 General Residence District to C1 Central Commercial District. This is an interesting property. I think the memorandum from Evan Miller and Mary Ellen Gray is somewhat self-explanatory. I would suggest that you go back and read that. This is an interesting property because there's a history behind it that we don't need to get in today, frankly. But where a large portion of Sussex Street was commercial and then rezoned many years ago into residential. And I don't know whether this parcel was succumbed to that change at that time or not. But I just want to do a brief summary, and then I'll turn it over to Mary Ellen. There is no set path or process articulated in the city code for how to conduct rezonings. It's always going through the mayor. This time I left it in the hands of the city manager and Mary Ellen. Just want to remind everybody, though, that in the zoning code, to approach rezonings, first we have to make sure that it meets, the requested rezoning meets with the future land use map. And if it does not, we must adopt changes into the land use map. And to do that, it needs to go in front of the PLUS group, the State PLUS Review Board. Let's see, I'm gonna stop. To be able to get it to adopt to the land use map and conform with the land use map, we have to adopt a resolution, talking about the process here. Adopt a resolution setting a public hearing and then conduct the public hearing on it changing the land use map. But then afterwards, we have to adopt a resolution setting a public hearing in the matter of the rezoning request and then conduct the public hearing. So we've gone through this exact process with the Rehoboth Auto Body property and the Rehoboth Scarborough Avenue extended properties. It's the exact same process. One of the reasons we're here today is to determine the next step forward, and that is, do the commissioners want to keep this in hand? In which case, if we kept it in hand, the timing is such that if we go through all those processes, we could have the public hearing as early as our May regular meeting. But we can also decide if we want to hand it off to the Planning Commission. They're amenable to being handed off to if we so choose. But I wanted to recognize that that could take 2, 3, or 4 months extra depending upon their workload. And I don't know that that is any big deal as far as timing, because this has been out there waiting for many months, many years. Mary Ellen, do you want to do any further topic? And again, part of the conclusion I'm looking for is, do we want to keep this in hand? Like if you recall what we did for the Rehoboth Auto Body and Scarborough Avenue extensions, we actually gave Rehoboth Auto Body to the Planning Commission. And then when the other 2 requests came in, we reneged, if you will, and took it out of their hands and brought it back to ourselves. So again, the conclusion I'm hoping is that we decide what the path forward is. Mary Ellen, do you want to add anything?
Mayor, you did a fabulous job. Thank you of summarizing the issue at hand. The only thing I would add is that there's the request for rezoning application and the comp plan amendment can be held, that discussion can be had concurrently. So that wouldn't have to be a linear process. It can be a tandem process.
Correct, which mirrors the same process that we did last time. If you recall, we had adoption of resolution to change future land use map on the same agenda as adopt a resolution to go to public hearing. We just needed to conduct those business in a certain sequence with a future land use map. And then we did the same for the public hearings. We first held the future land use map change public hearing first, and if that was successful, then we were allowed to go on to the second one. You have
and the only other thing that I would like to add is that we did, Vincent and Mr. Robertson and I attended the PLUS meeting that you mentioned on February 28th, and where DENREC was absent. That was the only state agency that didn't attend the meeting. There were no comments from the state agencies. The Office of State Planning indicated they were supportive of this proposed amendment and that they have no objections to the proposed comp plan amendment. Just wanted to add that.
But let me clarify. At the meeting, nobody had objections. However, not everybody might have spoken up fully at that meeting, and there still would be a response due to us by March 27th.
Yes, sir.
So that's in time for us to, if we choose to, hand it to the Planning Commission for their April meeting, or to bring it back to us for our April workshop meeting. Are there any questions so far?
Yeah, just curious as to the PLUS review meeting. How was that determined, again, that it went before the Planning Commission, or I'm sorry, before the PLUS committee, PLUS review, as opposed to being the Planning Commission or the City Commissioners being made aware of that?
That was my question. I'm really confused with the processes here.
Well, I think that's the determination under city review. The city code is silent on whether rezoning application should be reviewed first. But prior to that, and then the request is choose or not. I think the real question that we need to address here is to establish a protocol or a process so that we don't go through this every time and reinvent the wheel. To me, the PLUS is very important, but that also offers the opportunity for interested citizens to take part in that, or to observe it, or to attend. And no one was notified of that unless you closely watch the PLUS committee agendas, which I don't think you would do unless you knew something was coming up. So again,
I think that's a good point.
A cart before the horse type of thing. And again, we followed the process of going to the Planning Commission with the earlier similar aspect with this with Rehoboth Auto, so I don't see any reason not to follow that same process.
Well, remember, we did renege, but since there's no, we'll let Vince respond, but to me, there's no rush unless there's some secret sale going on or something. But, so I would prefer to hand it over to the Planning Commission, myself also.
I think that that's their responsibility, and they certainly have, in my opinion, serving on the Planning Commission before, they have abilities to take a hard look at this, to have other impacts that, information that we may not be responsible for or aware of. So again, I think not only should we return it or remand it to the Planning Commission, but also establish a policy and procedure that that's for future zoning change requests, that's how it should happen.
That sounds good.
I agree.
I'm sorry, I skipped over you. Did you want to say anything now that we've made our decision?
Yeah, no, that's fine. I didn't have a preference really one way or the other. Vince Robertson on behalf of the Quillen family that owns the property. So, you know, it's one of those things where this is sort of I guess a cleanup rezoning the way we looked at. There's no sale that's imminent, no redevelopment of the property that's imminent. As I think Ms. Gray mentioned during the Plus meeting, and certainly my recollection, I think Ann also mentioned this, that portion of the street was rezoned to the best of everybody's recollection when it was still vacant, or there were some properties that need to be redeveloped on it on the residential side of it. And it was done that way so that I think there wouldn't be this portion of Quillen's that could then be used to argue in favor of consistency to expand the commercial district on that side. Now the properties have all been built. I mean, there's fairly new homes back on that side. And so we're left with an orphan non-conforming use on the backside of Quillen's. And it, you know, as I said, there's no plans to redevelop the property, but it does create problems. You know, you have a split-zoned property. That means that you have two different sets of rules for it. You know, we have all the mechanical circumstances and equipment, you know, in the residential zone that serves a commercial building. You know, there's the practical side of not necessarily that there's no plans to redevelop, but if you go to refinance it, you know, that's always a title issue that the bank wants to know is why you have this commercial property that's got, you know, a portion of it sitting on residentially zoned land. So I will say back in 2006, Mr. Mendelis and I worked on a memorandum of understanding to sort of address this. But at this point, you know, 17 years later or whatever it is, that's kind of stale. I don't think Mr. Mendelis realized that we had done it, you know, back in 2006 when we first brought it forward. So it seemed like an opportunity, given the time that's elapsed and the circumstances of the change, just to fix this. I don't disagree with Mr. Gossett on the plus process. I'm dealing with that at the county level. The best thing I can do is try to come up, and I've shared this with Mr. Burns, with the memorandum of understanding, because it somewhat puts the cart before the horse. You know, you're going to plus before we've come in front of either the Planning Commission or you, suggesting a change to the future land use map, which seems backwards, but that's how, you know, the Office of State Planning Coordination seems to want to do things at this point. So anyhow, but that was a long answer to a short question. We don't have a preference either way. You know, the Planning Commission's super busy. You know, my only thought would be if we kept it with you all, that would keep one more thing off their agenda, but that's not a strong consideration either.
I think for the ability and resources of the Planning Commission, that their calendar could certainly handle this. And as mentioned, there is no rush in researching the deed on the property because of a long-term deed that the leaseor holds or leasee holds on that. It is a 30-year lease. That's not up till 2028, so I don't think we're in the next aspect of any quick turnaround in that aspect. And also, just to give a little further, because I was at the table at that present time, cart before the horse, this rezoning was done as a direct result of a recommendation from 2003 CDP to allow that aspect of the residential construct of that block to continue to be residential. And in the essence of future planning, that as those lots were to change hands or what have you, that it would continue to be a residential view, if you will, or residential taste along those blocks. So it was intentional to make those changes. And at the time that that building, currently Quillen's, would change hands or what have you, that would give the opportunity for that to become residential, which is what is that streetscape along those blocks to be coming right now. So it was an intentional change. It wasn't an oversight or
wasn't
overlooking of that
suggesting that
nature.
at all. No, it
So I
was
think
very
that
intentional.
that strongly needs to be taken into consideration if this comes forward with a recommendation from the Planning Commission as to what they bring forward. Again, our comprehensive development plan, we are good at sometimes at following and at other times not, unfortunately, or taking that action. But at this point, we did. Started in 2003. It took us in 2006 to take that action. But reviewing the public hearing documents from that public hearing in 2006, there was strong favor of keeping it and making it all residential to maintain that streetscape along the Sussex Street. So, thank you.
I would just add, Mr. Mayor, if I could, just because the big question in the room is that the Cultured Pearl, to the best of anybody's knowledge, is not going anywhere. That's a really good restaurant. This doesn't have anything to do with the Cultured Pearl, and they're an institution in Rehoboth Beach.
I don't question that at all. I think
No,
that,
I
you
wasn't
know,
responding to that.
She's being she's been a very good. I do think personally, after reviewing the memorandum of understanding, that it does hamper in the aspects of repair and construction to that building. It's an older building. And as all of us get older, we need a little more care and attention. So if there's anything to be done, I think that a revision to the memorandum of understanding might be in order for allowing the landlord to be able to make some repairs or cosmetic updates to the building, because the memorandum is rather restrictive in that regard, or is interpreted to be restrictive, I'll put it that way. So, especially on the exterior of the building.
Don't want to get any further into that.
Yeah. No,
All righty.
Sharing the comments.
So I'm going to task the Planning Commission with taking a look at this at their earliest convenience and try to resolve it, get recommendations at its earliest without giving them a time frame, because obviously they've got to fit it into their schedule. Are there any other further comments? Not on the value of it? Nope.
Following on with that, though, with regards to city manager, do you think we could see a process document in 60, 90 days or something? You've got a lot on your plate, and it's not something that has to be done immediately, but just on that long to-do list?
Sure, yeah, I can work with Mary Ellen on that. I guess one question that I have, only because I joined a little bit late to the discussion, is the desire to go through the notification for the PLUS meeting. Perhaps a notice on a commissioner's agenda that a certain application is going before PLUS. I think it's important to have the PLUS meeting, because then we receive the comments back, and then that's
all I think is that transparency, and that the meetings take place so that citizens in the area could be alerted to that if they wanted to participate or just be aware of it.
Do it in reverse. Announce it at a public meeting, so we can say we are filing for the PLUS review. It will be held on a certain date.
Right.
However best it works. I don't know how much in advance PLUS sets their agendas, but again, that should figure into it. But it's more the transparency aspect and availability of a public awareness.
Yep, thank you. With that, move on to, we are going to, I'm going to defer on the next topic, possible amendments to 215. As you know, Commissioner Chernowski was one that proposed this topic, so let's wait for him to get back. With that, we'll scoot on to Commissioner announcements or comments. Anybody? Seeing none, review future meeting dates. Today at 2 o'clock is budget meeting number 4. Friday, March 15th, 9 a.m. is budget meeting number 5. Friday, March 15th, 2 o'clock is our regular Board of Commissioners meeting. And then Monday, March 11th is a special meeting having to do with the city manager's search. Is there any other comments up here? If not, then we'll see you back here at 2 o'clock for the budget meeting. Thank you very much.
Thank you.